any member speaking in excess of the specified time to discontinue. Second member's motion, buying back the shares of the link.
Those who would like to speak, please press the speak button. Now I'd like to call upon Mr. LEUNG Kwok-hung to speak and to move his motion. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy. Link Read will present a very big gift to the people of Hong Kong. Back then, 230,000 citizens subscribed to the Link Read shares, amounting to 30% of the total number of shares. At present, the administration changed its strategic controlling share of 9.9% and presented all those shares to the people of Hong Kong. Mr. Henry Tang, the financial secretary, was very ambitious. After years of the floating of the Link Read, he said that the market-led perspective of the government was correct, and the Link Read shares will have added value for the benefit of the investors. If back then Mr. Henry Tang was bold enough, he would point his finger at another party and said that you are cheating. But he did not do so. Whether or not he cheated the people of Hong Kong deliberately or not, he did not do that. What happened 7 years from then? For those small shareholders holding less than 10 lots, they got only 2% of the investment left. And 4 major investment banks and foreign funds took up 30% of the shares. At that time, the administration disregarded members, including my objection. The administration sold HA-owned shopping malls to the Link Read. It's very clear that that was a cheap sale of public assets. The security guards, cleansing workers, and other employees of the Link Read were not protected. The minimum wages rescued them to a certain extent. $18.8 was the minimum wage of the contractors of the Link Read. Average working hours ranged from 11 hours to 12 hours. The administration outsourced jobs. We scolded it, but the Link Read outsourced its jobs. We can do nothing. And then about rental increases, those occurred everywhere. In Link Read shopping malls, numerous SMEs were eradicated. Commodities became very expensive. Chi-wai was a major disaster. Even Siu-ping was saying the same. As for the other shopping malls, the same happened. In Link Read's shopping malls, 50% of the premises have been taken up by the chain stores, and this will aggravate. Link Read did not just dip its fingers into HA's car parks and shopping malls. It's also acquiring other properties. It has already taken up more than 10% of the overall commercial premises of Hong Kong, and the percentage is reaching 20%. I don't want to voice my grievance here because in a moment other members will voice their grievances, because this is well known. On the 1st of January 2005, in the old electrical building car park, I faced several thousand people who criticized me for standing in their way of reaping profits. They would like the ringlead to be listed as soon as possible. And I was engaged in filibustering for the benefit of the elderly welfare. I filibustered to ask for a route map for a universal retirement protection scheme for the public. And almost 7 years have elapsed since then. The Hong Kong government has been cheating us. And those councillors who have cast wrong votes do not have to repent. And that include the DAB. Buyback. Let me now come to buyback. Some people say that long hair, it cannot be buyback. On the 8th of December 2008, Dr. Leung Kwok-hung asked the administration to buy back the link read. As a result of the financial tsunami, the share price of the link read dipped drastically, but the government was not moved. Now it's $30. Are you benefiting them? You didn't buy back when their share price was low. It's because you didn't want to buy back. You said that your principle is for a big market. For the Hong Kong X incident, Mr. John Dang, in order to protect the interest of the investors, absorbed the shares at high prices. So the government has been adopting double standards. There's no logic. All the financial records are cheating people. You can buy the Hong Kong X shares, but not the link read shares. I asked for 25%. That's very simple. It's in accordance with the listing rules for the link. Just 10% of the share holding can call a meeting. You hold 25%. If you hold 25% of the shares, then you can ask for a meeting to be called at any one time to block them, at least temporarily. In future, when there's another financial tsunami, you should buy back the shares and kill them. You should press them to do something, but you're not bold enough to do so. As regards Chi-wai Leung, he said that he would consider building shopping malls to combat them. We don't need that remark from him. In order to strive for the listing of the link read, a senior counsel from the UK was employed to go to the CFA to fight that case. And in order to cheat the judges of the CFA, what did he say? He said that even if the HA divulged shopping centers and car park facilities, the HA could still guarantee that it could fulfill its statutory responsibilities towards PRH tenants. And if PRH tenants feel that facilities are not enough, the HA could still have contingency measures. For example, free mode of transport can be provided to carry the tenants to facilities with more facilities, or other HA premises can be turned into retail facilities and shopping malls. The HA could even operate shops to ensure that tenants have facilities that suit them. Now, I was actually citing an article of Ming Pao Daily on the 6th of July 2005. Well, the Silk told a lie to the CFA. The HA and the government did nothing. The CFA judges were fools. It's because the government had no credibility at all. Chi-wai Leung should have done what he has said long time ago. When you buy back the shares, the share prices of the link read will drop. Today you come here to oppose me. What have you done? You can't even do what you said in the court. Chi-wai Leung thought that he had picked up a treasure. I'll leave 5 more minutes for rebuttal.
你提出嘅待議議題係梁國雄。
I now propose a question to you, and that is a motion moved by Mr. Leung Kwok-hung be passed. 3 members wish to move amendments in this motion. This Council will now proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the 3 amendments. I will call upon Ms. Chen Yuen-han to speak, to be followed by Mr. Leung Che-cheung and Mr. Kwok-hing, respectively, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. Ms. Chen Yuen-han. Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes you find it rather frustrating. There was the election 2 months ago. Many mentioned Ling, and it became an important issue during the election period. And many misunderstood that the FTU supported the listing of the REIT. Now, why people are so concerned? Many people living in public housing estates have to patronize the malls run by the REIT, by the link, and they are really angry, and we've received a lot of complaints. If we did support the listing of the REIT, or the Ling REIT, then we had done an unfair deal to the small operators. The FTU has all along been opposing the listing of the Ling REIT. You can refer to documents. In 2005, Mr. Albert Chen moved a motion, and we supported him. And I, in a book, wrote this. Now, in fact, an organization asked me to write an article in their book. I asked who sold Hong Kong down the river, and I was referring to the Ling REIT. I pointed out that there would be a whole host of problems with the listing of the REIT. The administration said that the housing authority gave the approval, and then it muddles through this council. And now people have very strong views against the Ling REIT. Well, I will introduce another book to you later, and I'm not going to bring it out now. In the article I wrote, I said that there were many tenants in the PRH, many residents in the PRH, and the shopping malls there are to cater for the needs of the low-income earners. If the Ling REIT is listed, it will become a listed company, and it will go after profits, and it will not care for the low-income earners. Now my prophecy has come true. We cannot accommodate. They cannot accommodate shops which do not go after huge profits. In fact, in Sun Tin Wai Estate, there was a group of residents who protested. Now, Sun Tin Wai is up on the hills, and the shopping center can no longer operate because of the Ling REIT, and now the elderly will have to walk downhill in order to find some other shops, find other small shops. Otherwise, they really cannot have any choice at all. And in fact, part of the shopping mall is turned into a home for the elderly. Now let me show you another book. Now the link put up advertisements. It mentioned something seeking after good taste, or seeking the nostalgic taste. In fact, we really have no shops which sell traditional products. After putting up this ad, Now, the Leung REIT was seriously criticized by the people in the internet, and finally it withdrew its advertisement. Now, the administration cannot ignore this. I called myself a principled person. I do buy stocks. People ask me whether I did apply for the Leung REIT shares. And I've never bought the Leung REIT shares up till now. People ask me to buy Leung REIT shares so that I can become a shareholder and I can make a noise at the shareholders meeting. Now, the shares of the Leung REIT have risen a lot, but I have not bought it because of my principle. Small operators have no room to do their business because of Leung REIT. So the government has to buy back the shares of the Leung REIT. Although I'm not very smart in terms of finance, when somebody is going to buy up the shares of a certain company, then the shares will shoot up. Now, when everybody is talking about it, the administration should make some preparations. When small operators are driven away from the shopping malls of the housing estates, then the administration should follow the instruction of Chi-wai Leung and build shopping centers near those housing estates. In order to compete with the link, you can have the bazaars, the government markets, to accommodate for the small operators, and this will help to dampen the rise of rent. The administration should consider making such arrangements, not only to counter the Leung REIT, but also to care for the small operators. Before you do buy up the shares of the Leung REIT, you should have these arrangements. The Leung REIT is so bad, and that the government should buy it up. Then the government should also do something to remedy for the situation, in particular in the housing estates. Those living up the hills, you say it will be difficult to find land, but you can send a message that since the housing estates are up on the hills and there is space nearby, you can build shopping centers over there. If the administration doesn't do anything, the Leung REIT executives who are very good at finance tricks, financial tricks, would be able to make a lot of profits. Now, because of in Wang Tai-shin, because of our proposal, in fact, we're able to provide opportunities for small operators. Now, in fact, the Leung REIT in the past persuaded the small operators to trust them and let them refurbish the shopping center. Finally, they were all taken in, and the small operator who was the head of a certain trade association finally jumped because of that. Because he or she was let down by the Leung REIT. Now we have shopping centers which have been turned into centers or homes for the elderly because there is no other business. In fact, the crimes of the Leung REIT are too many to be put in black and white. The administration has to help the small operators so that they can survive. In Kowloon East, there are about there are housing estates on the hills. Will the administration provide shuttle buses to bring the tenants and residents downhill to make purchases instead of having the need to patronize the Leung shopping centers and being ripped off? Wong Kwok-hing and myself and FTU have been opposing the listing of Leung REIT. I want to tell the Secretary that you're wrong, and you need to rectify the situation. Mr. President, I hope that today's discussion will yield good results, and I hope other political parties will not try to split hairs with the motion to amendment. Ms. Chen, your time is out. Ms. Leung Chi-wai.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. In year 2003, Hong Kong was hit by the Asian financial crisis as well as the SARS outbreak. The economy was at its lowest point. At the time, the HA stopped selling HOS flats, and as a result, the financial position was a very difficult one. Therefore, the HA endorsed the proposal to divest itself of the retail and car parking facilities, hoping that this can raise the cost effectiveness, and they can also raise money to focus on the core business so that the waiting time for public housing could be maintained at 3 years. This is the background of the divesting of the facilities, R&C facilities in 2003, and that's why we supported the proposal back then. Unfortunately, though there were improvements in the financial position, though there were improvements in the efficiency of the R&C facilities, but then the Link management has always set eyes on the dollar sign. Rentals were increased every year, and there were always boycott actions on the part of the commercial tenants for towns like Chi-wai, where we have a lot of public housing estates. Their wet markets have been monopolized by the Link, and there were no choices for the people, and they had to pay a lot more for the groceries. The Link would not take into account the affordability of the residents as well as the small tenants. Rentals will increase all the time, and many long-time shops have been forced out. The DAB is most unhappy about this. For the monopoly and for the push behind the force, for the push of the prices, we have also taken the lead to voice our opposition. But then it is already fait accompli. We haven't got sufficient shopping choices. We should give more room to the smaller tenants to operate. But I'm afraid buyback isn't the best option, and it may not be feasible. Therefore, the DAB cannot agree to such a proposal. First of all, since the listing of Leung REIT, it has become a 100% private organization with a capitalization of over $90 billion. Whether we buy back 25% of the units or whether it is 100% buyback, the administration would have to make use of a huge amount of public resources. And in fact, for each unit, it is now costing $40 recently. And in fact, we have got 2.3 billion units. For the administration to buy back 25% of the units, the administration has to mobilize at least $23 billion. A full buying back would incur at least $100 billion. But then whether we are to buy back 25% or 100%, and even if we don't take into account the possibility of speculation pushing up the unit prices, it is still no small amount. I'm sure the community will be divided into views. In fact, a buyback option will still have other consequences, because we have to look at the terms of the REIT. For the REIT, both the trustees as well as the managers are bound by the relevant documents, and they have to follow the terms there. In fact, it is quite clearly set out in the documents that the main goal is to collect rental income so as to generate a return for the unit holders. Even if the administration can influence the decisions of the managers after buying back, like reducing the rentals, the administration may not be able to get approval from the independent trustees. And in fact, the trustees have the duty to make sure that everything is done in the best interest of the unit holders. Even if the administration can obtain a certain number of units, at the end of the day, the administration may not be able to influence the rental policies. The government may have to put up a lot of resources, but the impact could not be guaranteed, and it would not be substantial. It is not that we are trying to find an excuse to object to the buying back. In fact, the DAB is of the view that if you are interested, it is easy for you to find similar views being expressed in the media. In fact, many people who object to the buyback are exactly those who objected to the divestment itself, the listing itself in the beginning. The administration did say that the matter could be consideration, and there's never been an end to the controversy about the possibility of buying back. Perhaps the administration can take this opportunity to take a serious look of the pros and cons of a buyback option so that we can come to a categorical decision about the matter. The DB doesn't agree to the buyback option, but doesn't mean that the administration can sit idle and do nothing. In fact, we have already said that we need to break the monopoly of the link, and we must increase the choices available. We should also expand the space for operation by the smaller tenants. The best way is to provide more public facilities like bazaars, markets, which are cheap, and also we should also have the cooked food stores. When there is competition, there won't be monopoly by the link, and then the rental increase can be put under control. The administration has come back with certain replies. In Tin Shui Wai at Tin Sao Lo, the administration has suggested that we can put in place a fair so that in a short period of time we can provide 200 stores. It will cost about $12 million for both the construction costs as well as the recurrent costs. Even if we have got 5 for each of the 18 districts, it will only cost us $1 billion. This will be a small, very small amount out of the money needed for buying back 25% of the link units. Not all districts are suitable for the holding or the provision of such markets. Therefore, the administration can look at the local circumstances and come back with a suitable response. Say, for example, we can redevelop the cooked food markets, or we can reprovision the public markets. And for the new HOS, for the new housing estates, we can also provide commercial facilities. And in fact, for existing housing estates, we can also look for the surplus space, and then we can provide commercial facilities. Even if we can't do that, we can locate sites within private developments to ask the developers to provide retail facilities. Other than buying back, there are many other ways to make sure that we can have more facilities run by the public. What is important is that they are within the control of the government, and we don't have to talk to the major investors. We don't have to wrestle with the foreign investors. I think it's a matter of whether the government is willing to honor the pledge made by the CE before he came into office. The DB doesn't agree with the proposal to buy back the link REIT. Therefore, even if the DB agrees with Ms. Chen Yuen-han's suggestions in her amendment motion. And in fact, we also agree with Dr. K.K. Kwok's proposal to construct government-managed commercial facilities. We can't agree with them. Thank you.
Dr. Kwok-hing. Mr. Deputy, I believe the listing of the link REIT was one of the most unsuccessful measure of governance of the SARG. It's really one of the failures because the listing of the link REIT was not the only choice at that time. If we look at the documents, we can see that the government then had three considerations. First of all, to retain the absolute control of the link REIT and to sell the remaining shares. It's just like the MTR issue. That is, the government should keep a certain ratio of the shares. Thirdly, in 2005, the administration sold off all the shares. Now, this is different from the MTRCL. It is now very difficult to bring the link REIT back to normal. So that was one of the major mistakes of the SARG. If you compare the shopping centers in Tsim Sha Tsui and Causeway Bay, you'll find that they're very different from the link REIT shopping malls, which serve the grassroots of Hong Kong. Many of them are elderly persons, CSSA recipients, and those waiting for a wide range of subsidies from the government. But the government sold off all the link REIT. Now the link REIT owns 182 shopping malls in Hong Kong. I can say that it is the biggest sole fund holding shopping centers. It owns the Tin Shui Wai Chung Fu shopping center, which is located in the poorest area of Hong Kong. The profit of that shopping center rose by 64% in the last year. At the same time, Tin Shui Wai residents only earned 5% more in terms of income. The administration supported this mega monopoly, which is just like a blood-absorbing devil. We all know that over half of the shops under the link REIT are actually selling daily basic necessities. They're not expensive commodities. They're not luxuries. They are rice and all the basic necessities. You cannot wait for the shops in those shopping centers to reduce prices. In particular, in Tin Shui Wai and Tung Chung, you don't need to negotiate. You don't need to compare prices. In Tin Shui Wai, just go to any fast food shops. I very often patronize these shops. At night, a set dinner from these fast food shops will cost you $38 to $40, excluding drink. Why do we have this situation? The government does not say anything. There's no response. During the election period, Chi-wai Leung made two promises. When he was asked about the link REIT, he said, number one, he would consider buyback. That's what he personally said. Secondly, he said that he would like to introduce competition. In my amendment today, I already say that there are commercial facilities in the vicinity of link REIT commercial malls. But you know that in the vicinity of many of these housing estates, there's just no land. And even if facilities are to be built, it will be very costly for the public coffers. You have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for building them. Even if you can build them, it may be 3, 5 or 7 years from now, and the residents cannot tolerate the existing situation. So that's not a way out. Mr. Leung Kwok-hung moves this motion as a result of a big compromise, because a few years ago, Dr. Leung Kwok-hung would like to have a full buyback, and Mr. Leung Kwok-hung now settles at 25%. Now, we all know that the foreign exchange reserve and fiscal reserve of the government amounts to $260 billion. But the Link REIT share stands at $4.5 or $40.5. PE is 5 times, and $4.27 is return. So if the government is to buy back the Link REIT shares, it will be doing something right. And some years ago, when Dr. Leung Kwok-hung made the same proposal, the Link REIT price fell to as low as $13.7, but the government did not buy back. Now, the degree of difficulty is even higher. Well, if the government is willing to do that, it can resort to a lot of measures in the market. Well, back then, the administration entered the market to combat the mega speculators without sounding out any noise in advance. Now, the Link REIT is a very erroneous housing policy, but the government is doing nothing. 8% of the Link REIT income is from the markets. Rent amounts to 14.5% of the proceeds of the Link REIT. Many elderly persons, many supermarkets, Starbucks, fast food shops, they don't go to, but they can't refrain from going to the market. 8% of the market stores are paying 14.5% of the rent. The elderly person's money is hard-earned, but their money goes down the drain like this. In remote areas like Chi-wai, Tung-chung, and Chun-mun, the residents are under huge pressure. They have no way out. Yet they have their own solutions. For example, in Tung-chung, over half of the residents may be doing this daily. They prefer to pay more by going to the urban areas to buy commodities. But their biggest headache is that traveling expenses are expensive. One journey to the urban areas may be between $10 to $20. They have to go to Cheng-yi and Chun-wan if you talk about Tung-chung residents. So a return trip costs them dozens of dollars. Chi-wai better because the light rail is cheaper, but still a round trip will cost them over $10. For the majority of the middle and lower income class, that's really a heavy burden. As for my amendment today, I agree to the 25% proposed by Mr. Leung Kwok-hung. In addition, I say that the government must immediately introduce certain commercial facilities. I hope that in a moment when the Bureau Director responds, he will tell us what has been done. Don't act like the Chief Executive. Don't just say anything randomly and casually when it is election time. I know that the government will refrain from doing most of these proposals, but history will do us justice. The candidates in elections said that they opposed the Link REIT. Still, today, they're opposing our motion and amendments. I think they are not doing good to the public. Well, Ms. Yuen-han is here today. I don't want to force anything upon the FTU. Mr. Cheng Yiu-chung is an EXCO member, is one of those governing Hong Kong, but he was one of those who supported the listing of the link REIT. You cannot eat the cake and have it. You have to take into consideration the facts. These are my remarks. Thank you.
局長。
Secretary for Transport and Housing. Mr. President, Mr. Leung Kwok-hung sponsors a motion to buy back the link REIT. Mr. Chen Yuen-han, Mr. Leung Chi-cheung and Dr. K.K. Kwok are moving amendments. They're concerned about the operation of the retail facilities of Link. They hope that the administration can buy back certain units, or maybe we should provide additional commercial facilities nearby so as to enhance competition, so that there will be more choices for residents in public housing estates when they go shopping. Let's look at the history. In the past, the Housing Authority divested the retail and car parking facilities. In November 2005, the retail and car parking facilities were divested for sale. The main purpose is to enable the Housing Authority to focus on the core business or provision of subsidized housing, and then revenue gained from divestment can improve the financial position of the HA in the short term and the medium term. At that time, the divestment strategy was carried out through the establishment of the link REIT, and it owns the car parking and retail facilities, and then Link would be listed in the stock exchange. As to the daily management, it will be carried out by the Link Management Limited, and it will be carrying out the operation along commercial principles. 182 items of properties were covered, spreading all over Hong Kong. 149 integrated car parking and retail facilities, 2 independent commercial facilities, and the rest independent car parking facilities. After the divestment, the administration or the hospital authority will no longer hold any interest or units in the link REIT. To make sure that upon listing, the link REIT will have good governance and continue to provide car parking and retail facilities to the public housing residents, there are a number of measures in place. First of all, we have the Stock and the Securities and Futures Commission, and there's the REIT code to govern the operation. And there is the lease conditions to make sure that we have the facilities being put to the dedicated users. They cannot be changed lightly by Link. And then there are also provisions to make sure that the shops cannot be sold separately. And we have also made sure that the non-profit making enterprises can continue to rent certain shop space at concessional rate for welfare purposes. And then the concessional rates have to be based on that of the housing authority. The listing was carried out in November 2005. $34 billion were provided to the Housing Authority, a great improvement to the medium and long-term financial position of the HA, and the HA then has sufficient funds to provide housing to take care of the housing needs of the low-income class. The listing of link REIT back then, I understand, was met with some opposition, including current lawmakers. It also led to a judicial review. At that time, the Court of Final Appeal ruled that divestment of the RNC facilities by the HA did not go against the housing ordinance. Since its listing in November 2005, its operation has attracted criticism from the community from time to time. There are criticisms saying that they have been increasing the rent all the time, driving out the smaller tenants. Others are saying that chain stores have been introduced at the expense of the choices of the public housing tenants. And then the commodities supplied do not actually meet the needs of the lower income class. But then, since taking over of the RNC facilities from the HA, Link management has indeed carried out certain improvements. I have heard the speech made by several members. There are more criticisms than praises. Even some of the supporters in the past have also come back with certain criticisms nowadays. Yes, we are aware of the criticisms, but it doesn't mean that the administration should resort to buying back so as to become the major shareholder or unit holder of the Link REIT, so as to exercise an influence on the operation of the Link REIT. I'm going into the details in a moment. On the 20th of November this year, the capitalization is over $91.3 billion. And at the close of business, per unit, it costs $40. If the market understands that the administration intends to consider or decides to buy back the Link REIT units, then it will further stimulate the price of the units. And even if we only buy back 25% of the units, the amount of money involved will approach $23 billion. And in fact, the amount may go up. Moreover, for us to buy back a substantial number of units of Link REIT, I don't think we can do so by approaching the small investors in the market. We must approach the institutional investors. And it means that we would only be pushing up the prices of Link units. Moreover, the institutional investors will be riding on the opportunity and they can gain from this. And if the tenants think that there will be an expected decrease in the rental after the buyback, it means that the unit price will come down drastically after completion of the buying back option, and the government will suffer financially. To buy back the units would go against the original position to divest the RNC facilities so that the privately run facilities will enhance its efficiency. Of course, in the past, when there was a debate in the LegCo, certain lawmakers did not agree with the proposal. I think we need to be rational to consider whether making use of public resources in such a substantial amount will be a wise use of public expenditure, or whether we should rather spend the public resources on providing more public housing and spend the money on projects which would benefit the livelihood of the people of Hong Kong more. And then, in line with the Code for Real Estate Investment Trust, we need to look at the case of the significant holder. In other words, if the unit holders holding 10% or more of the units, they cannot vote on matters. They have conflict of interest. This is to make sure that we can take care of the interests of the small investors. In other words, even if the administration is to buy back certain units and become a major unit holder, we can still not achieve the objective expected by members, that is change the mode of operation so as to cut the rate of return. This is because Link is subject to the restrictions of the deed, and the objective is to collect rental income as a return for the unit holder, and the trustee has to make sure that all the investment activities are in line with the interests of the unit holders. The trustee cannot allow anything to be done to change the deed so as to harm the interests of the unit holders. Even if the government can get a certain number of the units, we can't ask Link management to change its strategy slightly so as to cut the rental so as to benefit the commercial tenants. And we can't let the largest unit holder more interest, and we can't change the operating principles because it is subject to the relevant rules. which aim at protecting the interests of the unit holders. In other words, even if the administration is to buy a certain number of units, and if we become a major unit holder holding the largest number of units, our influence on the operation will still be limited because Link must be accountable and responsible for the interests of other unit holders. So even if the administration is to use huge public resources to buy the units, we will still not be able to influence the legitimate operation goal of the Link REIT. I think Mr. Leung Chi-cheung has already agreed to this principle when he spoke. All in all, it means that we think that the buying back option is not in line with public interest. It is not in line with the prudent principle of public finances, and you can't achieve the objectives. Therefore, the government has no intention to buy back Link REIT. Mr. Deputy, even though we haven't got the intention to buy back Link REIT, we are aware of the aspirations and demands of the public. In the light of the background and bearing in mind the clientele of the public of the Link REIT properties, we know that the public housing tenants have a need for retail facilities and car parking facilities. We understand that the vision and mission of Link is to have sustainable development and cooperate with the tenants. The trade mix hasn't been changed entirely upon divestment. For Lok Fu Plaza, we still have 40% that are small and medium tenants. Even after the renovation for Ho Man Tin Plaza, as a result of the nature of the patrons, we have still got many small shops selling stationery, groceries, and Hong Kong-style cafes. We understand that the public are concerned about the future of the Link REIT. They're also concerned about the shopping needs of the public housing tenants. Link REIT isn't any ordinary REIT. In fact, it has this background of holding commercial facilities originally owned by the HA. We agree that Link REIT mustn't forget the background and mustn't forget the context, that is the shopping facilities are within the public housing estates. So we will continue to reflect the views of the community to them. Mr. Deputy, on the 31st last month, when I gave a reply to a written question here, I did say that the shopping facilities of Link REIT are mostly housed in public housing estates, and their patrons are mainly the public housing tenants. Therefore, the commercial facilities, the operational approaches should be more in line with those that would suit the needs of the public housing tenants. Link management did confirmed that they were aware of this, and when it came to the adjustment of rentals, they would look at the market trends as well as the trade volume of the tenants to make sure that the rental rates are within the affordability of the tenants. In year 2005, when there was the divestment, the HA didn't divest all the RNC facilities. At that time, the HA retained more or less the RNC facilities in 30 housing estates. Some of them are nearby the Link facilities, so as to cater for the needs, the daily needs of the tenants. Judging from the prevailing circumstances, maybe there would be an enhancement in the commercial facilities by the exchange. Since the listing of Link REIT, the HA has continued to provide for the commercial facilities in newly completed housing estates to meet the daily needs of the tenants. Say, for example, there are altogether 8 of them, like in Kwun Tong, Yuen-han, North District, and Sha Tin, together with the new regional shopping center in Yiu-chung, that is the domain, which is near to Link's facilities. Altogether, we have got 200,000 square meter of shopping facilities in terms of the floor space. I want to confirm that the HA has no intention to further divest the retail and car parking facilities. Mr. Deputy, so I speak and I will listen to members' speech during the debate, and then I will come back with a concluding reply. Thank you.
Mr. Kwok-hing. Mr. Deputy, with regard to the listing of the Leung REIT, the sale of the CNR and car park facilities by the housing authority, people have suffered for 8 years. The FTU has all along been opposing the privatization of public assets, and we also support the buying back of the Leung REIT. This is a long-standing position. Let me show you the facts. In November 22nd of 2004, the housing panel passed Ms. Chen Yuen-han's motion, and the 1st of December 2007, Mr. Albert Chang moved an adjournment motion, and in that adjournment debate, I oppose privatization. The 1st of June 2006, Mr. Albert Chan moved a motion to shelve privatization. FTU members voted for that. December the 17th, 2008, the motion to buy back the Leung REIT was also supported by us. From 2004 until today, we have this long-standing position. Mr. Kwok-hing of the Civic Party alleged that FTU had a member, Mr. Cheng Yiu-chung, in the Executive Council, and then he smeared us. In the EXCO, Mr. Cheng Yiu-chung insisted on speaking for the low-income earners and the working class. I didn't know what he said at the EXCO meeting because it was kept confidential, but the position of the FTU is known to the world. There's the mud rigging by Kwok-hing cannot harm us. I just challenge Mr. Kwok-hing. In 2005, on the 1st of June, in the motion moved by Mr. Albert Chen to shelve listing, 4 members of Civic Party, including Yu, Ronnie Tong, Alan Leung, and Margaret Ng, abstained. If it was so high profile as claimed by Mr. Kwok, why did he not explained that why his Civic Party abstained? If the party abstained, that means the party didn't support Albert Chen's motion to shelve the listing of the REIT. You belong to the Pan-Democrats. You said one thing and you did the contrary. Why is it so? Probably Mr. Kwok-hing doesn't have the time in this motion debate to reply because he has used up his time. I noticed that there are a few Civic Party members here who may speak. Now, Mr. Alan Leung is smiling. I hope that those Civic Party members who have not spoken today will tell members of the public why you didn't practice what you preach, why you abstained on the 1st of June 2006 on Mr. Chen's motion to shelve the Leung REIT. You owe us an answer. Mr. Deputy, the listing of the Leung REIT, the privatization of public assets have dealt a serious blow to the residents in the public housing estate. Small operators also suffered. There has been substantial rent increases. According to the Leung REIT's annual report, 1,650 shop spaces in the 16 shopping centers rent rose from $20.5 to $37.2, an increase of 81.5% from the year 2005 to 2012. Shop operators are forced to sign unfair treaties. 3 years of tenancy, an increase of 25% is about 8.5% per year, and you are required to rent a shop which has good business together with a shop with poor business. Otherwise, the rent is charged according to your business performance. That is unfair. And there are many large chain stores, and the Jardine Group is the biggest. Now, 7-Eleven, 120, Manning's Welcome, 60 to 70 shops. Hutchison Whampoa, second largest tenant, 117 shop spaces. In Hautak Estate, of the 140 shop spaces, there are 124 chain stores, 85%. Tin Yu Shopping Center, 95 shop spaces, or 88% of the shop space. As for contracting out of markets, there is a lot of subcontracting, and the Leung REIT is just going after profits. There are 9 markets in the Leung REIT, a single operator. A single operator controls 650 market stores. In Chi-wai, of the 8 markets, 7 have been contracted out. Chongfu, Tinfu, Tinyu, Tinchak, Tinya, Tianxing, Tinsui. How can the ordinary citizens not be bullied by the Leung REIT? You should not withdraw, and you shouldn't abstain, Mr. Leung and your party. Mr. Wong, your time is up. Mr. Siu-ping. Mr. President, in March this year, the Leung REIT in the shopping mall run a promotion basing on nostalgia. It is about seeking for old shops and trying out local cuisine, and also visiting old restaurants. There are 30 or so such hotspots, trying to let people to recollect their past experience with old restaurants. Now, the promotion campaign attracted huge criticisms. Now, the Leung REIT, having obtained the shopping malls in the housing estates, increased rents substantially. The claim, or rather, the small restaurants responsible for the nostalgic taste have all been closed down. The Leung REIT has destroyed community links and has done away with collective memory of old housing estates. Yet the Leung REIT is playing on this nostalgic theme and try to promote the shopping malls. People are really dissatisfied. Shopping malls of the housing authority have been substantially privatized. At the end of 2005, when the Leung REIT was preparing for its listing, there was an adjournment debate. The then Secretary for Planning and Lands spoke at the meeting and said that the objective of the Leung REIT is to achieve savings and raise the efficiency of the shopping malls, including improving promotion, improving shopping environment, attracting more customers, improving the business of the shops. And only then could the Leung REIT adjust the rents. according to the situation. The Housing Authority and the Leung REIT are partners, and a win-win situation would be achieved, according to the then Secretary. The commitment to a win-win package has not materialized. In fact, Leung REIT wins it all. In upgrading the assets, in changing the shopping operation mix, small operators have been driven out, and there has been substantial increases in rent. Now, the Leung REIT shopping centers are quite beautiful, and there are many big chain stores. Yet, the shopping malls are so monotonous that the original local community taste has been done away with. And it also the shopping centers also fail to serve the low-income earners in the housing estates. After taking over the shopping malls, rents have substantially increased. Shop operators have spent a lot on rent. Small operators cannot afford the high rent and moved away. Many residents, in order to opt for cheaper goods, have to shop in other places. Recently, there was a book called Things That Could Not Be Bought by Money. The listing of the REIT is in fact trying to capitalize on everything that cannot be bought by money. Today's debate is on the way to remedy a policy failure. One option is for the administration to build its own commercial facilities. The other option is to buy back the units of the Leung REIT. The two schemes can be considered further, but they cannot be implemented in the near term. I am of the view that the administration should review its hawking policy so that small operators can have room to do business. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan. Mr. Deputy, the Labour Party, of course, supports the motion of Mr. Leung Kwok-hung on the buying back of the shares of the Leung. Under the concept of small government, big market, the former CE, Mr. Donald Tsang, released two big monsters. One was the Leung REIT. The Housing Authority privatized all its shopping arcades. That's the first big monster. Another big monster was the MTRCL, which was also privatized. By privatizing those two organizations, the administration was adding to the plight of the ordinary citizens. After the formation of the Leung REIT, we're sure of its target, that is, to earn money. So, by what way? So, for certain, rent had to be increased. So, the Leung REIT is operating in three major directions at the moment, such that the SMEs, the employees, and the ordinary members of the public are suffering. The Leung REIT introduced big consortia into its premises and drove away the other shops. All the small shoe shops complained to me. You see, they're all selling the shoes for primary students, the cheaper shoes, ordinary sports shoes and leather shoes. The Leung REIT drove away all these small shops in Chongfu Shopping Arcade. Walker? Oh, I can't remember all the names. All of them are big consortia. The previous small shops were all gone. The residents have to buy expensive shoes. Now, we're talking about shoe shops in PRH estates, and the link read drove away all the small shops by drastic means. How? Well, if you're unwilling to move, they will accord you the very remote premises in the shopping arcade, and the best premises were given to the big consortia. So under the link read, all the good shops have been given to the big consortia. And the link read also force you to renovate your shop, otherwise they won't continue to let you rent the premises. So they eradicated all the small shops and leased all the shops to those big consortia who can afford the renovation and the rent. And of course, as a result, rent increased, and there's no room for negotiation. Take, for example, Tin Shui Wai. All the shopping centers in Tin Shui Wai are owned by the link read, save for one owned by Kwok-hing. So the link read is monopolizing all the shopping arcades. Wherever you go, you're under the monopoly of the big consortia. Wherever you go is the link read. How can Kaifongs choose? Same for markets, which are owned by the link read. Well, you can take a minibus or a bus or a light rail car to Yuen-han, where the markets are cheaper. In Tai-hing Estate, near Choi-yee Bridge, every day I see residents go to the market in San Hoi. Why don't they buy from the Tai-hing market, which is owned by the link read? Is because the things there are expensive. So as a result of the formation of the link read, residents have been suffering from expensive commodities. We all know that we have the highest number of low-income earners in Tin Shui Wai, but they have to bear the most expensive commodities. Why? You say eradication of poverty, but with this big monster of the link read, how can people get rid of poverty? What's the logic of the government in all these? And the employees also suffer. You know that the link read has been outsourcing and subcontracting. As a result, the employees there earn the lowest income. Security guards and cleansing workers are some examples. Fortunately, we had the statutory minimum wage to rescue them to a certain extent. So with the link read, all the small shops, employees, and ordinary citizens suffer. Just look at the average rental increase. This year, they just released a half-yearly report. They're earning around $3.2 billion. And the average rental increase is more than 27%. Last year, it was only 23%. Upon renewal of the tenancy, the rent is to go up. That has resulted in expensive commodities. It's because of property hegemony and property monopolization. Now the residents have no choice. The only choice for the government is to buy back the link read shares. Leung Chun-ying wants more competition. We also want more competition. But in the Tin Shui Wai market, you can only buy vegetables, no other food. Throughout Tin Shui Wai, there's no municipal complex owned by the government. We of course support more competition, but the ultimate solution for the problem is to buy back the link read. All other proposals are meaningless. So, Secretary, would you please think about this? How are you going to resolve this issue of expensive commodities in Tin Shui Wai and all the expensive commodities under the link read? So I support the buyback proposal. Mr. Michael Tian. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. In 2004, the LEUNG passed the decision to sell the HA commercial and retail properties cheap. At present, the link REIT stands at $95 billion. Now, don't use a wrong solution to rectify a mistake. Otherwise, you'll be even more wrong. The link REIT bought high and the HA sold low. At Harvard, if I gave such an answer for my MBA course, I would definitely fail, and this would become a big laughingstock internationally. If councillors are proposing this, I would applaud for this grave mistake. There are 5 absurd aspects. First of all, it is just imagination behind closed door to buy back the link REIT. We know that the government will have to buy at a high price because the link REIT knows that the government is to buy back, so the prices will shoot up 5-fold. Who are those holding the shares of the link REIT? Foreign investment funds. All of them will have to thank long hair for bringing a huge fortune for them. When it comes to voting, I request all councillors holding link REIT shares to declare their interest. All those who are about to cast a supporting vote should abstain. Mr. Deputy, am I correct? If you say that by buying back 25% of the shares you can gain back control, then you're actually too naive. The government holds over 70% of the shares. Still, it had no say when it comes to rental increase. It had no right to interfere. It had to go down something unfortunate, even it knows it. And even one minority shareholder can seek a judicial review. So it's useless even to buy back 90% unless you spend $100 billion to buy back all the shares. Thirdly, even if you buy back the link REIT shares, can you drive away those shops selling expensive commodities and then bring in tenants that sell cheap commodities? If that is to be the case, it will be planned economy. We're not Germany here. In Hong Kong, we have a free market with no price control. With an investment of tens of billions of dollars on renovation, if the rent is to be very cheap, you will still not be able to suppress commodity prices. The shops have no incentives to lower the prices. Therefore, you are buying back a nicely renovated shopping center to sell cheap commodities. That's illogical. It's just like buying a palace to sell groceries. Colleagues, do you really mean it? Fourthly, at the beginning, some councillors criticized the government for managing HA shopping malls. All right, we had privatization. We have these brightly lit shopping centers. Still, they're managed by the HA. 4 years on, they're still very quiet. So are you going to propose another sale? Fifthly, valuation of assets. I don't know whether colleagues have done their homework. Under the link REIT, there are 80,000 car parking spaces. At present, they price at over $100,000 per space. If you are going to buy back the link REIT shares, the price will jump to over $300,000. If you are to buy back even the parking spaces, plus all the retail facilities, you have to pay at least over $100 billion. Those colleagues who support the buyback, don't label me as opposing the buyback and disregard people's livelihood. It's just that if you want to take care of people's livelihood by buying back the link REIT, you're just being absurd. I really can't support you. In the link REIT, retail premises and facilities, there are other shopping centers selling cheap commodities. In 2016, in Tongcheng and Changquan-o, in 2013, there will be new big shopping centers. And new PRH estates will be completed in the coming years, and they're managed by the government, offering other choices to the tenants. Now you talk about Tin Shui Wai. You must identify space to build another public market. The marketplace in Tin Shui Wai is located on a very precious site. Now is occupied by a one-story marketplace, a market bazaar. The officials there have a headache. It doesn't matter who pays, but who's going to manage the facilities? Not even the FEHD wants to manage the markets and retail facilities. The ultimate problem lies in the management of these facilities. So you ask the government to buy back the facilities. It's meaningless. You should identify in society people with innovation and ambition. I think you should support Mr. Zeman. He did a good job in Ocean Park. So don't make the government a commercial entity. Otherwise, privatization will still be the ultimate solution.
Mr. Leung-sing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I checked the records. On the 17th of December 2008, the Council had a motion on buying back the units of the Ling REIT. There was a heated debate. I didn't participate in that debate, but I agree with the views put forward at that time. The buying back of the Ling REIT was not a good solution to solve the problem. According to Chapter 1.5 of the Basic Law, Hong Kong maintained its own capitalist system for 50 years and changed. Hong Kong doesn't implement socialism. In dealing with economic issues, the market should prevail. We should not take back these assets into the public sector. The government's role is to provide favorable business environment and to regulate and implement suitable regulatory regime. There should be division of labor. The market should be looked after by the private sector. Hong Kong is an international financial center. We have matured capital markets. The Ling REIT is a listed company. It is operated according to the rules and conditions of a listed company. And in making decision, the board has to consider the overall interests of the company and the shareholders. Even if the government is one of the shareholders of the Ling REIT, it has to deal with other shareholders fairly. It cannot cut rent, waive rent, and other measures which are not in line with the interests of small share unit holders. According to the former Transport and Housing, Secretary of Transport Housing, Ms. Yiu-chung said that there was the code practice for REITs, and there is a restriction on the influence of the majority unit holder. If the administration becomes the majority unit holder, it can still be prohibited from doing something that is in line with the theme of the motion. The making a prior announcement on any buyback will only cause prices to go up in an efficient market. if the administration is going to buy back the Leung REIT, it will have to pay a huge premium, and that will be an addition of tens of billions of dollars. Is it in line with public interests? Substantial public funds can be used for other better purposes. By buying up shares in order to of a private firm in order to achieve social objective will open the floodgate. There are many businesses that are closely related to people's living. Should the government therefore also buy up shares of these companies? The government is not all-powerful, and the government officials are not experts of managing businesses. There are many good examples. Letting officials to run businesses will only lead to bureaucracy and decline in efficiency. People in the past didn't want to see officials managing shopping malls. There has been no change to this view. A financial expert, Professor So, said that if people are not happy, the government is required to foot the bill. Then are we going to ask the government to buy hotels when hotel rooms are very pricey? And if we are not happy that the prices of the food in fast food shops are high, then should we then ask the government to buy up all these fast food shops? I'm really worried if that. Now the economic problems should be solved by economic means. In the past few years, retail businesses have been growing, but the total floor space for retail business has only increased by 13% in 6 years. This is the cause for rent increase in retail shops. The Leung REIT manages about 10% of the total retail shop spaces. It is not the main source of driving up retail rent in retail business. The administration should improve the supply situation in order to tackle the problem. Thank you. Mr. Deputy. Mr. Tony Chair. Mr. President, Mr. Deputy, thank you very much. I have to declare interest because I hold a small number of Leung REIT units. Mr. Chi-wai Leung, in his political campaign, said that buying back the Leung REIT was a big move. We heard allegations that the shopping centers of the housing estates under the Leung REIT increase rent substantially after renovation. Small operators cannot survive. Large chain stores have taken up the shop space. Residents have no choice and have to buy their daily necessities at higher prices. People asked the administration to buy back the units of the Leung REIT, but is it a solution? And is buying back the most appropriate answer? Now, the Secretary mentioned several problems arising from buying back. The shopping centers under the Leung REIT in the past was managed and operated by the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority, I believe, aimed at balancing the books. The objective was to provide a large number of shops operating at a grassroots level, and these kind of shopping centers do not have much profits, Under such kind of operation, the variety of products and the variety of shops have certain constraints. Some people commented that the facilities and the shopping environment of the public sector shopping malls were far from desirable and not efficient. Now, the housing authority had some financial had shortage of funds, and the shopping centers under the HA was not profitable. These were the reasons for listing the REIT. And after the LEUNG REIT has taken over, there has been substantial improvement to the outlook and efficiency and profitability of the shopping malls. There are more new shops and there are more patrons. And many shopping centers under the LEUNG REIT have become more vibrant, basing on commercial principle, with good design, good management, good promotion, more patrons. There are more tenants. And because of the principle of gaining a higher return, rent increase, and that is logical according to the free market principle. Now, with a better managed shopping center, the small shop operators, in fact, have better better profitability. Now, with the listing of the LEUNG REIT, management has improved, and people and there is a facelift as of the shops and the shopping centers. And rent increases as a result. Chain stores move in. Now we need to. We are caught in a dilemma, and we need to find a solution. The LEUNG REIT has been listed for many years. Are we going to backpedal? Is it the best way to backpedal? If the LEUNG REIT continues to operate according to commercial principles, then if the administration is to buy back the units and call the shots, then how can the administration provide business opportunities for small operators? The administration has to look into all these answers. In 2005, when the LEUNG was listed, the unit price was about $10, and the market capitalization about $200 billion. And it was oversubscribed by 130 times. It was very welcomed. Now the LEUNG REIT has unit price has risen to $40, and the capitalization is $91 billion, or 3.5 times of the listed market capitalization. And over the years, there was a profit of about 10 billion per year, or more than 10 billion per year. Can the LEUNG REIT use its profits to assist the patrons in terms of shopping? Now, according to Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's proposal, if 25% of units are to be bought, let alone the premium, it will cost about $22.5 billion. Are we going to spend such a big amount of money to buy back the units? And after buying back, can we change the operational principle of the LEUNG? If we can cut rent, then the market value of the LEUNG REIT will decline, and that will mean a decline of market capitalization by tens of billions of dollars. The administration should think twice on buying back the LEUNG REIT. If we open the floodgate, we may have to ask the administration to buy up bus companies, tunnel companies, and utilities companies, because we don't like their high tariffs and fees and charges. And we may even ask the administration to buy up companies which provide services and products. Thank you. Your time is up.
Mr. Wu Chi-wai. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. As regards this issue of buying back the link REIT shares, the first and foremost concern is the responsibilities of the Housing Authority under the Housing Ordinance. Section 4.1 of the Ordinance stipulates that the HA has to ensure that all sorts of tenants in its estates can have facilities in all respects, such that they can suitably live in the space owned by the HA. So the HA has a statutory duty to provide adequate and appropriate facilities to suit the needs of the basic life of its tenants. And this was one of the controversial issues discussed in the Finance Committee. When the listing of the link REIT was discussed, nobody at that time knew whether or not the link REIT could maintain those responsibilities of the HA after listing. Still, the listing was approved. The reality is, after these 7 years, members of the public and a lot of organizations have pointed to the changes in link REIT shopping centers. Whether or not the link REIT can fulfill the statutory duties of the HA under the Housing Ordinance should be deliberated on. In any case, the HA has the duty to review those housing estates with commercial and retail facilities managed by the link REIT at the moment, to examine whether or not the link REIT has been able to meet the needs of the tenants. There are ways and means to apply pressure to the link REIT. But in the past 7 years, if we wanted to maintain the interest of the small shop owners as well as the interest of the tenants, it had been difficult because the link REIT is operating commercially. Objectively, improvements have been made to shopping malls. Objectively, more customers were brought into these shopping malls. At the same time, small shop operators faced operational difficulties. Members of the public faced commodity price increases. One point is not so much related to the market, but the management of the link REIT. That is related to the constraints provided for in the tenancy agreements. Usually, tenancies last for 3 years. Upon renewal, improvements have to be made. This mode of behavior has often led to more and more difficulties on the part of the small operators, because after the 3 years of tenancy, if you ask small operators to renovate their shops, they would be under huge fiscal pressure, and such pressure would be reflected in commodity prices. This has resulted in a vicious circle, whereby tenants face even more expensive commodities. The link REIT is just like a blood-absorbing devil or monster. Small shop owners have been unable to plan their operations. Therefore, within a very short time, they have to balance their books, and that is not conducive to the general public, who then have to buy expensive commodities. Today, we're discussing the buyback of the link REIT. colleagues asked whether or not we're going to nationalize all other enterprises. In 2007-08, even the financial secretary said that in order to reinforce Hong Kong's status as an international financial center, the government had to buy Hong Kong X shares. That's a government act. That's a tool to let the link REIT understand the intention of the administration. And we do have precedents in the past. The administration wanted to reinforce our status as an international financial center, so the government bought Hong Kong X shares. In order that the policy of the link REIT is in the interest of the public, the government has to tell it that it will act in a certain way. Secondly, about the increase of competition, I agree with some of our colleagues that we can have government shopping malls and facilities by the side of link REIT facilities. Let's look at PRH estates. The GFA is not exhausted in most cases. So, can we have more commercial facilities? Will that be a way out to resolve this problem? Secondly, I hope that the government can consider more marketplaces or hawker bazaars to be opened at regular intervals. Then small operators don't have to join the competition of the big consortia. They don't need to go into air-conditioned shopping malls. They can make use of the space provided by the government to operate small businesses. Then in Hong Kong society, we can create room for setting up businesses. Therefore, the Democratic Party will support this motion on the buyback of the link REIT. Thank you. Mr. Leung Yiu-chung. Mr. President, just now, Mr. Anthony Cheung, the Secretary, said that it is not appropriate to buy back link REIT shares. And some colleagues continuously said that if we're to buy back the link REIT shares, only the investors and those with vested interest would benefit. I absolutely agree. If we are to buy back 25% of the shares, it will cost us around $20 billion. Of course, investors will benefit. Even if you bought back earlier, still it would be the investors to benefit. Because back then, the government sold those facilities cheap at a price of 15 years of rent. At that time, it's just over $20 billion. It's now over $90 billion. Of course, the investors had reaped huge returns. I don't want to see that happen. It's not true that we hate money. Not even Mr. Leung Kwok-hung will hate money. But Mr. President, there's no way out. That's the only solution. At a talk, we heard that upon the listing of the link REIT, PRH tenants will have to buy expensive commodities and there's no room for survival for the small operators. It suggested that other shopping malls and facilities selling cheap commodities to suit the needs of the PRH tenants should be established. I was very pleased at that. On the 31st of October last month, I submitted a written question to the government to ask what the Chi-wai Leung's government has done. Why have they not answered my question? It said that the HA in its estates has kept commercial and retail facilities to suit the daily needs of the tenants. And in accordance with actual needs, increased shop premises might be implemented. Since 2005, in new PRH estates, the HA has established commercial facilities to suit the daily needs of the tenants. Choi Tak, Yao Lai, and Yuen-han were cited as examples. And very shortly, domain in Yiu-chung would be commissioned. And in the vicinity, there is this Lei Yue-mun Plaza. So commercial and retail facilities will occupy 250,000 square feet. Oh, that sounds very pleasing. But then the HA will only be serving tenants nowadays, not tenants in the past. The link REIT has been occupying commercial and retail facilities and car park facilities. So what we want is shopping malls selling cheaper commodities by the side of the link REIT facilities. Not just that, we're talking about shopping malls with small operators and expensive commodities. The link REIT is the owner of these facilities. Everything has to be agreed upon by the link REIT before anything can be done. Even if you want an additional pavilion without the consent of the link REIT, you can't do so. And for some recreational facilities, if they are managed by the link REIT, what's the result? These facilities don't bring profits. So the link REIT just let these facilities go dilapidated and damaged. We asked the link REIT to send representatives to the EMAC. The link REIT said that they would not send anybody to the EMAC meetings. They just disregarded us. They would go their own way. So what have they done? Nothing. Some facilities and places in PRH estates are already very dilapidated. The link REIT did nothing about them. The power of the link REIT is really too huge, such that we don't eat good, we don't play good, we don't live good. I really don't see any merit in link REIT. I can only tell the other colleagues that short-term pain is better than long-term agony. The Chi-wai Leung government has done nothing when we compare what he has done with his manifesto. This proposal in front of us is the only way out with no alternatives. If we don't buy back link REIT shares now, in future the situation will be even worse. Why? The link REIT is investing in shopping malls and car parks, as well as other businesses. The link REIT is engaged in other businesses. That means costs are to run higher. So in future, there's no chance for buying back. And the link REIT will become another hegemony. And our room for survival will further diminish. We considered the link REIT our pride previously, the government. Well, it's actually our pride that the HA had been managing facilities, commercial facilities that sell cheap commodities. But that reputation is gone with the link REIT. Only the investors in link REIT will applaud at the moment. Yes, I don't really support a buyback, but what alternative solution do we have? No, it's impossible to have other shopping arcades nearby. It is just impossible at the moment. So don't just say empty words. You sound pleasing. The CE also said something pleasing to the ear, but he did nothing. So, Secretary, please do something down to the earth. Don't just engage in empty talk. Thank you.
Dr. Joseph Lee, thank you, Mr. President. It is not something new to see a proposal to buy back link REIT units. In 2005, there was the decision on the part of HA to divest the facilities, RNC facilities, I also voted in favor. I hoped that there would be better usage of the facilities. So it's a way of privatization. But then there were lots of negative points about that. First of all, as the SDH has said, Link is to be operated along commercial principles. Stationery stores, Hong Kong-style cafes, etc., have disappeared. In other words, we have lost the local characteristics. And in the past, we were told that the RNC facilities were to serve the local population. This is no longer the case. They're serving outsiders as well. So we have a lot of negative news about the Link REIT. I think it is a fact. But then after the Link management has taken over the management, has there been a change? I myself went to have a look for Comentine and Oiman estates. The shopping centers are better, more patronage, and then fruit stores, grocery stores are still kept, but then they look nicer, and so the rentals are higher. Now, there is this thing that we should use proper resources to buy back the units. The administration has already said that it's not feasible to buy back 25% of the Link units. Does it really mean that by buying back the Link REIT units, we can call the shots and then we can provide what we used to have, that is sell things cheaper because of the cheaper rental? We need to explore the feasibility now for the administration. If we support the motion, and if the administration is to buy back the units, we'll go back to the good old days, small barber shop, small grocery stores, etc., so that the patronage is confined to the local population and outsiders will not be attracted. So other than serving the local people, there won't be other merits. So I have a doubt as to whether the buyback can achieve this. I have the following views. We are talking about the use of public resources to buy a property which has been listed. If we buy it with public money, and yet we are not sure about the outcome, and we are changing the operating principles, they will no longer be along commercial principles. Does it mean that we are no longer capitalist society? When we find something which doesn't please our eye, then we will do something to change it. Say, for example, when we can't get things which are of good quality and yet of a low price, then we use public money to buy the properties. If we start going down such a track, does it mean that we are going to practice socialism? I want to know if Chi-wai Leung is really trying to do this. Now, this morning I saw Chi-wai Leung. I had to ask Chi-wai Leung whether, when he said that he would consider the buyback, would he be practicing socialism? Please make sure that we clarify this point. It will be a change from publicly owned to privately owned and then publicly owned. Even if we have got such a change, there's no guarantee that by buying back all the Link REIT units, the housing estates will then be able to sell goods at a cheap price to the local population. Now, for the housing estate shopping centers, is it really what we want? That is, we only serve the local population? Just now, the SDH has raised a point and it hasn't been resolved. Now, for the buying back of privately owned shares, I think the administration has to look at the housing ordinance, make sure that the public housing tenants have got the facilities and they can get the goods and services at a reasonable price. Can the Link REIT be asked to make sure that there are small shops available so that they have local characteristics? I think the SDH has got this duty. That is, whether we are to buy back or not, you still have to invoke the ordinance and make sure that all the housing estates under the HA have the facilities so that the tenants can get reasonably priced goods and services, I think you're duty bound to do so. We shouldn't just set our eyes on buyback or not. I have reservation about this motion because of the principles involved. To me, I can't say that we should use public resources to buy back the listed company without any guarantee that we can achieve the purpose. And secondly, I believe in free economy. I believe in capitalism. Now, if the administration says that we are having a planned economy and there will be socialism, unless this is clearly spelled out, I don't think I can be sure that I can support the administration. Mrs. Regina Yip. Mr. President, I speak in opposition to Leung Kwok-hung's motion, as well as all other amendments to his motion. This is because all of them involve the buying back of the link units, say 25% of them. I don't think it makes commercial sense and it won't be feasible. As of last night, the unit price is $40, and so it's over $90 billion. And then the return is 10%, that is $4.27. Now, if you want to buy up the shares of a listed company, you will do it quietly. I think either you do it through the dark pool or they do it secretly. They won't do it openly. Now, if the administration is to adopt this most silly suggestion and openly decide to buy back 25% of the units, the administration would need to use much more than $90 billion because the administration has a lot of fiscal reserves. Everybody knows that there are hundreds of billions. For the four major shareholders, in fact, we have the Capital Group, the Federal Bank of Australia, and the New York Bank, as well as Merlin. And in other words, if we buy back the units, it means that we are going to give the money to the foreign enterprises. I don't think we should be spending the hard-earned money of the Hong Kongers so as to chase up the units. Now, if we have got 25% of the units, does it mean that the Hong Kong government, the SARG, can call the shots? It doesn't mean that. As Michael Tian has said, in the case of the MTRCL, the Hong Kong government owns only 75% of the shares, and I don't think the Hong Kong government can prevail above the other shareholders of the MTRCL as well as the other directors. I think for a listed company, the board of directors has this duty, that is to expand the value and increase the value of the shares. If somebody owns 25% of the shares, if he proposes something which would affect the performance and results of the company, other shareholders would oppose. And Section 168B of the Companies Ordinance says that if a shareholder of a company is to do something that would affect the interests of small investors or small shareholders, this major shareholder may hold 10%, 20% of the shares, but then other small shareholders can take him to court. So if the administration gets 25% of the units and it ignores the interests of the others and it starts to drive away the 10 major tenants, cut down the rental rates, and don't mind whether the shopping centers would become lackluster, I am afraid that the government may be taken to court. And as other members have said, after the buying back, what about the management? In 2004, I was pursuing my studies in the USA. At that time, the market and many lawmakers were in support of selling the facilities to a REIT, saying that it's a financial innovation, and Singapore and other places had already overtaken us in doing that before us. So if we go against the trend, and if we buy back the R&C facilities, how are we going to manage them? I think it would only become a long-term financial burden for the government, and it will create management difficulties. I suggest that if we want to deal with the problems arising from link, say for example monopoly jeopardizing the interests of the small and medium enterprises, then I think we should resort to other channels. We have already endorsed the competition law. I did vote against the competition bill because it goes against the principles of free economy. But then the bill has been enacted, and I look forward to the establishment of the Competition Commission. Anybody who is affected may take it to the Competition Commission in places like Chi-wai, so that there will be an investigation, and then the Commission will order certain rectifications, like urging the link REIT to give up the monopoly and allow others to enter into the field to have competition. It's also been pointed out that new housing estates will be built with new commercial facilities. They shouldn't be handed over to link REIT for management. And I hope that Professor Cheung can clarify this point. That is, for the divestment of the R&C facilities by HA to the REIT, I want to know whether it has got the right of first refusal. In other words, when we have new housing estates and new shopping centers, will they be offered to the REIT to decide on whether to accept the offer or not? Had it been the case, then it would be the biggest mistake. Of course, the Housing Authority and the FHD can consider providing cheaper commercial facilities to small shops in the vicinity of the link shopping centers. There will be a district bazaar to be provided in Tin Shui Wai by the government. We'll wait and see the effectiveness. Whenever possible, when there is land, I think we need to build hawkers bazaars and municipal markets in the urban area so as to give more choices to the citizens. When we build new housing, new public housing, we shouldn't repeat the same mistake, and we should allow more tenants to participate. So I speak. Thank you.
Mr. Gary Fan. Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in support of Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion, Ms. Chen Yuen-han's amendment, Mr. K.K. Kwok's amendment, and I'll oppose Mr. Leung Chi-cheung's amendment. Concerning buying back the shares of the link, in 2005, the administration sold at a cheap price the C&R facilities to the link REIT. The administration wanted to let more members of public to buy the shares of link REIT. Therefore, basing on small government, big market, the administration didn't hold a share. In 2006, hedge funds and the national speculators bought the shares of link REIT. Substantial rent increases ensued. Renovation of shopping centers led to small operators driven out. Shop operators were asked to respond to the renovation, and rent increase has been very substantial, and those living in public housing estate will have to pay a lot more for patronizing the shops in the housing estate shopping markets. And many shop operators small shop operators have to close their shops and become employees. According to Link Watch, the minimum wage of the contract, according to the Shopping Watch, the Link REIT said that contract workers should be given paid leave and also paid lunch hour. But in fact, the workers of the contractors of the Link REIT shopping malls do not enjoy that. There has been substantial subcontracting. They are not employees of Leung REIT, and therefore they don't enjoy pay leave as well as paid lunch hours. Now, the modus operandi of the Leung REIT is subcontracting. As a result, small operators, workers, and all residents depending upon the service of shopping centers of the housing estates suffer. And the big corporations are just profiteering from these small citizens. Now, it's said that there should be a balance. We need to protect the rights of the members of the public, and we should set the boundary for the invisible hand. Anybody who has participated in a motion debate in the secondary school will know that that is the strategy of a straw man. We have never said that we are moving down the road of communism or socialism. This is a simple issue. This can solve the hegemony of the Leung REIT, and that is to buy 25% of the Leung REIT shares. And some councillors consider that as Hong Kong moving down the road of socialism. That is a straw man. That is confusion of issue. In order to balance the overall interests of Hong Kong, the administration should consider gradually buying up no less than 25% of the Leung REIT and to become a major shareholder. This will enable the administration to exercise influence and management Leung REIT and force Leung REIT to take up corporate social responsibility. The Legislative Council, Mr. President, you said that the recognition of the Council has been declining and we have low reputation. It's because after lengthy debates, the Council has not been able to pass motions or proposals that can effectively monitor the administration and improve the living of the people. Now, the speeches of the New People's Party and the DAB shouldn't try to harm the people, and I hope you will all support the motion. Thank you. Ms. Starry Lee. In Hong Kong, Leung REIT is the name for driving away small operators. You can see the small stores, local cafes, and Chinese herbal medicine shops have been driven out because of subsequent repeated rent increases. Only large corporations and chain stores remain in the shopping malls of the housing estates. Therefore, people say that the Leung REIT sounds the death knell of small shops. Even if they were able to bear the downturn of economy during SARS, they were unable to bear rent increases of the Leung REIT. The DAB has voiced strong objection towards the substantial rent increases and the poor relationship between the small operators and the Leung REIT. Is it because of the inappropriate management policy of the Leung REIT that we will solve the problem by using huge sums of public funds to buy back the units? Does it mean that buying back the units will solve the problem? Is it really true that that will solve the problem of the hegemony of the Leung REIT? I've heard the arguments, but I'm not convinced. Let me point out that after listing, the rent of the shops managed by Leung REIT rose from $23 to $35.8, an annual increase of 7.6% on average. According to the R&V department, in the same period of time, the rent of private retail space is increasing at a similar rate. So the substantial rent increase of the shopping malls of the Leung REIT is the result of the administration's neglect of providing adequate supply of land. And we know the reason. The retail business in Hong Kong has been growing at a great pace because of the increase of mainland visitors. In 2005, the turnover rose from $200 billion to $400 billion last year. At the same time, the total retail shop space only rose from 9.52 million square meters to 10.97 square meters. As a result, rent increased because of the substantial increase in demand. In order to deal with substantial rent increase, the administration has to increase the supply of retail shop space instead of buying back the LEUNG REIT. In order to support today's motion, we need to answer this question. Why should we spend huge sums of money to buy back the LEUNG REIT? There is only one reason, and that is public interest. The logic seems to be like this. When the administration becomes a major shareholder of LEUNG REIT, it can direct the shopping centers to cut rent. Shop operators will reduce their rent payout, and they would charge less. Now we need to prove that this logic stands. That is, after buying back the LEUNG REIT, rent for the shop operators will decline, and the shop operators cut the price of their goods, and then small citizens will benefit. But having heard the argument of those who support the buyback arrangement, I have not seen any argument that proves that is right. If the LEUNG REIT is bought up, will that lead to a decline in rent cutting? Well, in fact, when the when LEUNG REIT is listed, the assets of the housing authority, the shopping centers of the housing authority is injected into the units. So it is a trust, a unit trust, and the unit trust is subject to the code of unit trust or code of the REIT, and a major shareholder cannot change its modus operandi. Even if the administration buys into the LEUNG REIT substantially and becomes a major shareholder, can it change the modus operandi of the LEUNG REIT? Can it change its rent policy? I have great doubts about it. And I don't think the administration can do that. Just like the MTRCL is a listed company. The administration is a major shareholder. Yet the MTRCL continues to increase its fares year by year. It is operating on commercial principle, and the administration, being a shareholder, cannot do anything about it. To successfully buy up the LEUNG REIT, the administration will certainly have to pay much more than its current price. Even if the administration is willing to do so, the purpose of the buyback is to prevent a rent increase. Then once the buyback is successful, the unit price of LEUNG REIT will certainly decline because of a poor prospect of rent increase. This will be the result of buy high, sell low. As a major shareholder, the administration will have to manage the REIT, but it cannot do it. It cannot prejudice the interests of small operators. Those who support the buyback have not said how to deal with the small shareholders. When the Housing Authority decided to list the LEUNG REIT, list its C&R facilities through the LEUNG REIT, it wanted to improve its management efficiency. After many years of efforts, the shopping malls of the LEUNG REIT have seen increasing patrons and have seen increase in varieties of shops. But if we backpedal today, there is a problem of effective management. And I'm not convinced how, after buying back, the administration can manage the shopping centers effectively.
Mr. Kenneth Leung, first of all, I'd like to declare interest. In 2004, when the LEUNG REIT was listed, I provided Inland Revenue advice to the Housing Authority. And starting from 2006, I have been an HA member. The commercial and retail facilities of the HA were divested, and the link REIT was established. The problems are now obvious. A lay concerned group to monitor the link REIT discovered among 16 of the renovated link REIT shopping arcades, 70% had been occupied by chain stores and chain fast food shops. Obviously, link REIT managed shopping malls had been under monopoly, such that the tenants had been losing choices and small enterprises were forced away. They were replaced by big chain stores and big fast food shops. The tenants suffered as a result. The HA can no longer control the mode of operation of the link REIT. The link REIT is now out of control. The link REIT only relies on market principles in reaping profits. It does not have to give regard to public interest. Now, this is a big lesson to learn. That was not an absolutely correct decision to make back then. However, even with so many problems, is it appropriate for us to spend a huge sum of money to buy back the link REIT? The problem now is, if the decision to sell the link REIT was wrong, then to spend public money to buy back the link REIT will also be a wrong decision. We cannot use a wrong decision to change another wrong decision. Last week, I fetched a friend who's working for an investment bank and asked for a valuation report. Here I have the report in hand. It's about 6 to 7 pages. If we are to fully buy back the link REIT plus premium, the value of the link REIT will be between $113 billion to $130 billion. That will be a huge sum. Mr. Leung Kwok-hung suggests that the government can become the single owner of the link REIT by buying no less than 25% of the link REIT shares. That will be able to change the mode of operation of the link REIT. That is unrealistic. Just now, Mr. Anthony Leung, the Secretary, and Mrs. Regina Ip mentioned listing rules and SFC rules and regulations, which we must consider. Besides, for a listed company, one single shareholder cannot have total control in the board. Besides, the link REIT is a trust, and we do have documents to control its operation. As a holder of the trust, the government will not be able to fully control its operation unless there is a full buyback. And then we have to ask the question of what's the guiding thought in our society. I'd like to ask Chi-wai Leung, the CE, as well. When Mr. Chi-wai Leung, the CE, came to this council on the 17th of October to brief us on his policies, he said that he would not follow the old path. He would not have small government and big market again. So are we going to embark on the road of a planned economy? If you ask me to choose, we have $130 billion to spend, and public interest is the first and foremost consideration. Why should the first thing be to buy back the link REIT? Why not buy back the tunnels? The 3 franchises of the bus companies are to expire. Why don't we buy them back and nationalize them? What about the power companies? They emit 30 to 40% of the pollutants in Hong Kong. Is it not even more conducive to public interest if we buy back these companies? No, because we still have a free economy. We don't have this principle of a planned economy. Our economy is still market-led. Of course, the mode of operation of the link REIT has brought forth a lot of criticisms and problems. PRH tenants have nothing to choose from. So, in the vicinity of PRH estates, the HA can build public markets or provide venues for regular marketplaces and hawker bazaars. Temporary hawker licenses can be issued. When we do so, of course, the government has to be very careful. Why? Because during the listing of the link REIT, there may be an anti-competition provision in the agreement, which may last for 10 to 15 years. If that is the case, the government must be very careful. In addition, the government can assist those small operators being forced out by the link REIT to reestablish their business in other shopping arcades so that they can continue to serve PRH tenants. Therefore, I would like to request the HA or even the whole government to absorb lesson from this exercise and carry out a comprehensive review. It should review whether or not in future Hong Kong should adopt this policy of privatization. Finally, I have reservations over the original motion and all the amendments. Thank you. Ms. Alice Mack. Mr. President, just now, many councillors and colleagues in the chamber have given us a financial lecture, telling us a lot of financial principles and knowledge. Well, they possess financial knowledge and principles, but they do not understand the plight of the ordinary public in their daily livelihood. In Yuen-long, it said that there's this dawn market which can resolve the problems in Tin-shui-wai. They don't know that fresh fish and fresh meat cannot be sold in that bazaar. So how can the problems be addressed? I think they should do their homework. In Link REIT's annual report, it said that they are fully dedicated to serve and improve the living quality of the public. This is really a joke. Maybe the link REIT is being hypocritic. In Chi-wai Kok Estate in Chuen Wan, there's only one cafe restaurant. They have to close because the link REIT increased the rent from $180,000 to $300,000. The cafe restaurant could not afford the rent of $300,000, but they would like to continue to operate because they have 60-odd staff members and they would like to have Kaifong business. So they asked Link REIT whether or not the rent could be cheaper. The Link REIT did not even negotiate with them. At the same rent of $180,000, the same premises was leased to another group to operate a restaurant. So the link REIT is using big consortia to drive out small operators. Our councillors have often said that they would like to safeguard the interests of SMEs. They should all the more support the buyback of the link REIT, such that small operators and SMEs can survive. Another example is Tung Chung Market. The link REIT subcontracted the whole market. At the beginning, we had Futong and Yatong. Both each had a contractor. It's very funny. After the contractor has leased the market, all the meat stores and vegetable stores were rented by the same operator. All the 5 meat stores were operated by the same operator, so he can monopolize the price. Today, pork can be sold at $30 per catty, tomorrow $40 per catty. The FTU carried out a survey on 2 dishes and 1 soup. In the Tung-chung market, to buy 2 dishes and 1 soup, I mean the raw materials, you have to pay similar prices as those patrons in Wan Chai market. Don't forget that the income of Wan Chai residents doubles that of Tung Chung residents. So, the poorer you are, the more miserable you are. They earn less, but they pay the same. Some of our colleagues know how to speculate on shares, but they don't know how to make dishes. In Tung Chung, during the Chinese New Year, you have to pay $120 for a certain kind of vegetables, tau miu. And then later, vegetables were still sold at $20 to $30. Of course, to councillors, this is just a drop in the ocean. But to the general public, this is very important. Dozens of dollars per kg of vegetables. They cannot eat such vegetables. For Tung Chung and Tin Shui Wai residents, it's so difficult for them to buy beef. Throughout Tin Shui Wai, there are less than 3 beef stores. They have to walk for a long distance before they can buy beef. So to them, beef is luxury. We interviewed a Tung Chung Kai Fong, who told us that they only ate beef during festivals. We did talk to a professional. I asked him whether he knows that Tung Chung and Tin Shui Wai Kai Fongs eat very little beef. He said that we should ask the residents to eat more vegetables. Well, maybe our councillors here will say the same. Well, most of you may be driving. Very few of you drive motorcycles. In the past, in PRH estates, some tenants were renting motor bicycle spaces. Due to the refusal of the link read to pay a premium, many motorbike spaces were gone. So these tenants were no longer to rent such spaces. What's the cause? It's because the link read refused to pay. Is this dedication to servicing and improving the living of the public? It said that even if we buy back the link read, we can't improve its services. Well, those colleagues were so good at finance. Please put forth your solutions, solutions deemed useful and effective by you, and put forth your argument and try to convince us. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Kwok-chu. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in his amendment, Dr. K.K. Kwok has included certain information. And in fact, the interim results for the 6 months ended 30th of September 2012, the link has performed very well. The total revenue amounted to $3,197 million. And then the net property income grew 10.5% year-on-year to $2,256 million. And then for the rental reversion of the shops, it reached 27.9%, and therefore small shop tenants have to suffer from the high rental increases. Their fate is but the closure. Now, when you go to the link shopping malls, you see a number of shops in a row being closed, and you would expect a major chain store moving in, or there may be the arrival of a fast food shop from a chain group. Usually, the smarter residents will try to gather information from nearby groceries, and they become very nervous. You may think that they are unsubstantiated as far as the worries are concerned. You think that they are over-worried. but they do so out of the experience, and this is their wisdom. And in fact, things do turn out like what they have feared for. Just now, many members have said that in September this year, for the Tinshui Wai-chuen Fu Plaza, Phase 1, it underwent renovation. Many shops did not have their tenancy renewed. There was a candy shop which had been in existence for over 10 years. It was very popular, and then the boss had to close. He could survive 2003 SARS, but not the higher rent charged by REIT. He was supposed to be offered a higher rent or larger shop, but he couldn't make it. In 2005, the RNC facilities in over 180 housing estates were divested, and then they were transferred to the Link REIT. And then in 2005, it became listed. Link REIT has got operational autonomy as long as it can meet the requirements of the lease conditions as well as the relevant rules and regulations. The government can't interfere with the operational approach. In 2004, when we were getting ready for the listing of Link REIT, at that time the objection voice was drowned out. The administration promoted the advantage of the project. There were many others who thought likewise. And even for the protests, it was criticized for upsetting the good project. Now, we can see that, in fact, what we have got is a monster growing fat at the expense of the grassroots. In Yaotong, we have a shopping center being sold to the Link REIT. In fact, it is good that it has stopped the practice, and now the government is going to manage its own facilities, and the government takes up the responsibility to design and publicize its own shopping centers. The HA has said that it would compete with Link REIT. At that time, the administration was asked to rethink, and the government should rectify the mistake instead of having stopgap measures. Now we see that the problem is growing. And whenever the chain stores arrive, the smaller shops have to go. I think it is a fact of our lives. For the divestment of the public assets, I don't think it is just a commercial move. In fact, the daily life of over 2 million public housing tenants have been affected, and tens of thousands of commercial tenants have been affected. I support Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion that the Chi-wai Leung's government should honor the electoral pledge. That is, in the public housing estates, we should build government shopping facilities so as to suppress the rise in the price of goods, and we should also consider the possibility of buying back the Link REIT units. I understand that even if we can pass the motion, many people will think that this won't make economic sense. But I'm sure we have already aired our grievance concerning the poor sense of social responsibilities on the part of Link. I agree with Ms. Chen Yuen-han in relation to her amendment. She said that there must be short-term measures. This is because we can't finalize on the buyback option in a year or two. Meanwhile, everybody will still suffer from the high grocery prices. And then some small businesses will face the fate of closure in the light of their higher rent. I think the government should help the tenants to move to government-run shopping centers at the same rent. And then we must talk about the monopoly in Tinshui. And in fact, there is an unfair land deal, and therefore we have been suffering again. In the past, there was the unfair land deal between the government and a private property developer. I think we should learn from such mistakes. We should stop privatizing education, healthcare, housing, etc. Otherwise, the poor in Hong Kong will only get poorer, and then the dissatisfaction would only escalate, and then there will be more and more social problems. Thank you. Mr. Alan Leung. Mr. President, in 2005, the link REIT was listed, and has given rise to a lot of problems. And there was this case between Lo Xiu-lan against Housing Authority. The case went to the CFA. This is because in the course of privatization, the administration didn't approach the LegCo to amend Section 4.1 of the Housing Ordinance. This is the root of the problem. So while we talked about who voted for, who voted against the matter, well, I don't think the matter works through the LegCo so as to check and balance the administration. Therefore, we should make sure that we understand the history clearly. It was only when Mr. Albert Cheng moved a German debate that we're able to have a chance to discuss the matter, and then on the 1st of June 2005, Albert Chen also moved a motion without any legally binding effect to halt the exercise. But both motion debates had no legally binding effects. Audrey Yu, Ronnie Tong, and myself did speak during the debates, and we made it very clear that the government should circumvent the legislature and privatize the property assets. We said that we were very worried. For Albert Chen's motion, we abstained from the voting. This is because at that time we found that the listing process already reached the last stage. If we were to stop it at that late stage, the loss to be suffered by the public would be very substantial. And it was against such a background we abstained from voting. But then the three of us did make it clear in our speech that we had already identified the possible problems like those that are before members today. So you can't really say that the Civic Party did support the listing of LEUNG REIT. Mr. President, I've just covered the bypassing of the LegCo in the privatization process and the failure to amend Section 4.1 of the Housing Ordinance. Other than saying this, just now, Professor Zhang, the STH, and also other members who spoke in support of the motion, they said that Leung Kwok-hung's motion had a lot of problems. Even if you can get 25% of the units, you can't really change the fact that LEUNG as a REIT is supposed to go after profits. Mr. President, I think you know very well that we are merely having a debate on a motion which has no legal effect. For many years, we have seen that after LEUNG REIT has taken over the RNC facilities from HA, there are lots of examples of inconvenience and unfairness. It seems that the administration has turned a blind eye to it. I have already said that for housing estates and shopping centers still managed by the Housing Authority, whenever space is available and without jeopardizing or affecting the businesses, of link REIT too much? Can we introduce something like a competition so as to have a balancing effect? The administration has turned a blind eye to such a proposal. Now, for public markets vacated by the tenants and under the jurisdiction of the FEHD, I think it should be made available to small businesses which can only have a shoestring budget. Ideas have been mooted and yet they haven't been picked up. Now, if the administration says that there isn't anything that can be done, then I think the administration should rectify the mistake. I'm not saying that it is an easy solution, but the fact is, it seems that the administration hasn't come up with any solutions, and which is related to the livelihood of the people. We have this motion before us. We want to state our position. We hope the administration will do something about it. And I don't think it is outrageous. And in fact, we don't need to go into the details as to how this is to be done. We don't need to talk about the operational details because it's the business of the administration, and the administration started it all, and the government should solve the problem. For this legislature, well, in fact, as far as the constitutional setup was concerned, we didn't play a role. We were not consulted and we were not asked to amend the housing ordinance. Now, while we are on the housing ordinance, for the case between Lou Xiaolan and the SARG, I think we need to read the judgment of Justice Lee, and please refer to paragraph 35 to 43. And then the point was made very clearly. Section 4.1 means that the HA has the responsibility to provide appropriate and reasonable facilities to the residents in public housing estates. Now, Justice Andrew Lee said that by divesting the RNC facilities to link REIT doesn't mean that the responsibility has or has not been discharged. It's a matter of wait and see. Now, I think I need to caution the administration. If you can't make sure that the link REIT can answer the needs of the public housing tenants, you may be breaching the law.
Dr. Leung Kwok-hung. Thank you, Mr. President. The first motion I propose, I moved in this council, was in 2008. It was on buying back Ling REIT. I look at the wording of Leung Kwok-hung, and I may charge him some royalties. Now, the rent per feet per square foot in the Link shopping center is about 40, or rather, the price, unit price of the Link REIT is about $40. When I move the motion, I might be a bit innocent. In 2005, for those who supported the listing of the REIT and for those who didn't oppose, were they wrong then? It may not be so. At that time, the housing authority was poor, the administration was poor. Now they've become rich. The situation has changed. Just like a patient, there is a change in the illness. You need to change approach. I and Leung Kai-cheung were schoolmates. Now, he asked what is the whether it's meaningful. Now, the Ling REIT is managing shopping centers and housing estates. Housing estates are there because property prices are too high. Now, if the rent of shops are very high, if you are just an ordinary operator, you're not able to rent expensive shops, then you need shops which are just like PRH. It doesn't mean that all the shops will have to be run by the public sector or private sector. 2 years ago, the administration explained why it did not want to buy back the Ling REIT. It was because the housing authority had decided not to participate in commercial operation. But the shopping centers built after 2005 were not given to the Leung REIT because of the political situation. It was impossible to hand over the shopping centers to the Leung REIT. Therefore, more and more shopping centers of the housing estates are now managed by the housing authority or the housing department. Even if the shopping centers belong to the housing authority, doesn't mean that the housing department should run them. They can hire it. They can contract it out to other operators. Now the Leung REIT, the price is very high, more than $40. Whether a piece of asset is expensive or not shouldn't just be assessed by its book value. When it was listed, we should look at its prospective price. Hong Kong Bank in the past was once just $20 or so. Now it's about $70 or so per share, and people continue to buy it because people have expectation of its price appreciation. Now, if you are going to buy the Leung REIT, as long as its future price does not decline, it will be still a good buy. As for the revenue of shopping centers in the housing estates, it was the second highest source of income after HOS. It is better than the return on investment by the housing authority. So it is not just giving out goodies to buy back the Leung REIT. If the shares are bought back, that does it mean that the administration can influence the management? I have asked people in the trade. Now, does it mean that when the administration buys into the REIT, the Leung REIT, then prices will rise? Now, the funds may be holding a big portfolio, and when they want to cash some of the shares, they cannot just put all the shares in the market. That will suppress the price. So if there is a big buyer who wants to buy all the shares from the funds may give a discount rather than asking for a premium. If the administration has a policy to buy back the Leung REIT, it doesn't mean that it is going to buy it at all cost. The strategy is just like doing business. Buy it when it's low. In 2008, I proposed to buy back the Leung REIT. It was just $13. When the market was good before then, it was $20. So prices do go up and down. When the administration is going to buy back the Leung REIT, it doesn't mean that the administration will buy it when the Leung REIT is at $50 or $60. And before that, the administration must have conducted a study and must have formulated a policy. As for other investors, will they continue to hold on to the shares? If your policy is to buy it back, in the long term, its asset value and its return will be lower. Those who are holding on to the shares, they have to sell these shares at an appropriate time. Now, if the administration is buying more and more, you may expect that the price of these units will go down. Finally, will the major shareholder influence the management? I believe so. The administration is a major shareholder. The MTRC is of the MTRC. And there is also the price adjustment mechanism. The administration can have an influence. Thank you. Mr. Ronnie Tong. Today, a newspaper said that it was today's motion was a redemptive motion of the Pan-Democrats. The Democratic Party condemned Mr. People condemned Mr. The Democratic Party, and also people also said that when the Civic Party voted, Civic Party abstained from Mr. Chen's motion, we were in fact supportive of the listing, and therefore the Pan-Democrats are responsible. But this is far from the facts. It is just political smearing, trying to gain political mileage. Now, during the listing of the Ling REIT, there was no casting a vote in this chamber or in this council. We cannot stop. Well, we could not stop the administration from listing the REIT. The problem of the Ling REIT is that all along the administration has ignored the commercial principle and the conflict with long-term policies to care for the livelihood of the people. The conflict was most serious during the Zheng's era, and Zheng said that he would use the CCF and ask the business sector to chip in and ask the business sector to take up corporate social responsibility. In fact, the administration is sharing its responsibility. The administration is for the people. Public funds are not for the pockets of the officials. The administration should use the money to benefit the people. Now, if they say that basing on commercial principle, people's livelihood issue can be resolved, that is entirely wrong. So the SARG should be condemned. Let us remind ourselves of what happened. In 2004-2005, during the listing process, I really need to praise Mr. Albert Chang, Mr. Albert Chen, Mr. Leung Kwok-hung, and other people representatives. They suffer strong pressure. Leftist newspapers and also the loyalists mounted a campaign and incited the people and alleged that those who opposed the listing were fraudsters, and Che-cheung organized an anti-politician movement and campaign, and somebody proposed to chop the limbs of Mr. Albert Chang. And in fact, such people should be prosecuted, but the administration took no action. When in 2005 Albert Chan moved his motion, it was already water under the bridge. The process was at the very advanced stage. And in my speech, I said that in principle, I opposed the listing of the REIT, but at that time we could not vote against it. We could not overturn that, and we could only abstain. In 2008, when Dr. Leung Kok-hung moved his motion, I was consistent. I also opposed that, but I voted for the motion. In this council, we have to make a political stand. In terms of logic, I want to speak on logic, but the majority of the time, speaking on logic is useless. Now, many members say that it's illogical. You're paying 3 times more to buy 25% of the shares. What's the use of that? I've spoken on that. I spoke on that in 2008. These are logical issues, but when it comes to this stage, when we cannot change the fact, then we need to make a political stand. If ours is an elected government and CE is elected by universal suffrage, then if we can speak logic with him, we may be able to convince him, we may be able to find solution to a problem. But in this council, we can only make a political stand. And the political stand is we oppose letting the REIT to control the shopping centers in public housing estates and manage public housing shopping centers in public housing estates. That's a political stand. Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion asking for buying back 25% of LEUNG REIT doesn't make any business sense. It's really stupid. We used the money we received in those years to buy back only 25% of the shares. Even if we did so, even if we do so, we cannot influence its modus operandi. The MTRC is an example. As said by Mr. Kenneth Leung, it was a trust. It is a trust, and it has to be operated according to the trust deed. Even if the administration has bought back the shares, it will be useless. But we oppose the LEUNG REIT. We hope the administration will not repeat its mistakes. And we need management by the public sector because they are public facilities. You cannot expect business people who do business for profit to come up with a policy that benefits the people. If the government checks its responsibility, it is not up to the job. Whether it's logical or not, as Democrats, we have no choice. We must support Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion. Thank you.
Dr. Fernando Cheung. Thank you, Mr. President. The LEUNG REIT, monopoly, inflation, and poverty are all interrelated. When we think of the LEUNG REIT, we think of the continuous rental increases. As a result, if a shop operator has to continue to rent the premises, he has to pass the increased costs to the consumers. And if we drive out the small operators, we'll actually bring in the big consortia. And without any business, the small operators will fall into the verge of poverty. Rental increases lead to more poverty. So I can say that for the grassroots, in particular, those in the PRH estates, the LEUNG REIT has become a huge disturbance. There's this alliance on the concern of the CSSA scheme. There were two surveys to compare Tin Shui Wai, Yuen Long, Tuen Mun, and Wan Chai markets on the basis of 20 basic necessities and food. The result is that the Tin Shui Wai prices topped the list. On the average, they were 13% higher than those in Yuen Long and Wan Chai. We all know that Tin Shui Wai is one of the poorest communities in Hong Kong. PRH estates amount to 60% of the housing. And sometimes it's even up to 85%. The average in Hong Kong is only 30%. But in these districts, the power of consumption of the residents is relatively weak. In Tin Shui Wai, 30% of the residents are receiving CSSA, but the commodity prices are much higher than those for the residents in Wan Chai. The median wage stands at $27,000. And in the past year, for 21 commodities and food, the rise in price is 21.5% on the average. Fruits, 30%. 3 major food, fish, vegetables, and food, the rise was up to 20%. Therefore, the pace of increase has been very drastic. On the other hand, for all the 18 districts, there are huge discrepancies in the rise of commodity prices. In Shamshui-po and Yao-chuen-mong, where there are marketplaces to compete with the link REIT for the major regions in Kwai-fong, Wai-king, and Butterfly Estate in Tuen Mun, where the link REIT monopolizes the markets. The increase in commodity prices has little correlation with the income of the residents. So the poorer the districts, the higher the commodity prices. The major cause is whether or not link REIT has markets in a particular area. So monopoly and commodity prices are closely related. Today, the link REIT is making use of its monopoly. For the 6 markets and 1 shopping arcade in Chi-wai, the link REIT is almost monopolizing the scene. Big consortia are also monopolizing the supermarkets. Very often, you only get 2 supermarkets, which often control the prices. In Wai-chuen market of Shatin is recently renovated. The same story happened. A 600 square foot shop fetched a rent of $10,000 previously. Upon renovation, the rent jumped to $50,000. So the small operators are being driven out. So in future, how can PRH tenants still buy their basic necessities and food at a reasonable price? Now the link REIT has created a number of problems which are affecting people's livelihood. Just now some colleagues said that buying back the link REIT would not be a way out. Is it really that difficult? Some analyses say that the market value of the link REIT stands at $70 billion. Back then, we sold the link REIT at $26 billion. So it's unlike what Mr. Kenneth Leung said, we will not have to buy back the link REIT at $30 billion. Well, the link REIT has made life difficult for us. The disabled and the weak and the vulnerable have to travel far away to buy food. Those with low mobility are forced to bear the expensive commodity prices. Is it true that we can do nothing? I can see that the buying back of the link REIT is feasible, or one of the feasible solutions. Dr. Leung Kwok-hung mentioned price fluctuations. It is not true that we can do nothing in the market. Back then, in order to stop the listing of the link REIT, a number of colleagues and lay organizations had contributed a great deal, and I have to pay tribute to them. In particular, Madame Lo Sao-lan, an elderly lady. They did a lot for us. And some officials are blindly inclined towards the interest of the big consortia. They escaped, but they continue to enjoy high salaries. So this world is not fair. With these remarks, I support the buying back of the link REIT. Mr. Frankie Yick, Mr. President, the link REIT has time and again adjusted upwards the rent of its properties. 170 car parks involving 80,000 odd car parking spaces have got their rent increased as well. Retailers and residents have been affected. Commercial vehicles like taxis and lorries had also got their operational costs affected. And many private school buses, that is the nanny buses, also had their costs increased. To a certain extent, all these increases are linked to the rental increase of link REIT. Link REIT is related to about 40% of our residents. Many professional drivers are engaged in minibuses, taxis, nanny buses, etc. Usually, the driver will park the vehicle in the vicinity of his home in PRH estate or in PRH car parks. The link REIT actively enhance the facilities and equipment of their car parks and increase the rent. Last year, 45 car parks under link REIT had rental increases, averaging 7%. Even for lorries, there was a rise of 6%. In May this year, 70% of its car park had another increase, averaging 7.6%. For Wong Tai Sin and Kwun Tong, 25 car parks had an increase of 8.5%, and over half of the lorry parking spaces have got an increase of over 6%, even higher than that of last year. For the nanny buses, they say that in the past, under the HA, the average rent was $1,700 to $1,800. After the link REIT took over, is $2,000. So the burden on the industry had been greatly increased. As a result, the buck was passed to parents. In recent years, the operational environment has been deteriorating, and other costs like insurance costs, fuel cost, repair and maintenance costs have also been on the rise, thus adding to the burden of the industry. However, the link REIT is still greatly increasing the rent of parking spaces. We learned that under the DMCs of many PRH estates, many parking spaces are just lorry parking spaces. They should not be rented to nanny buses. About 500 parking spaces are affected, and nanny buses can only park at lorry parking spaces. But such spaces are limited. There's more demand than supply. Nanny buses have been allowed to park at lorry parking spaces, but very often such spaces are in shortage, and nanny bus drivers have been disturbed. If the link REIT does not renew their tenancy, fixed monthly rented parking spaces may be turned into hourly rented spaces, whereby further reducing the parking spaces, and drivers will be driven to other districts. Those who can afford the rent will tolerate the rent, otherwise they will withdraw from the market, and then there'll be inadequate nanny buses, and bus fares will shoot up. Ever since the establishment of the link REIT, it has deviated from the original concept. Rents have been rising year by year for commercial and parking facilities. Residents and small operators have no more room to survive. The government cannot sit back and do nothing. It must adopt a multi-pronged approach to urge the link REIT to fulfill its responsibilities. It should study the feasibility of buying back link REIT shares. It should directly affect the operation of the link REIT. It should also influence its decision to increase the rent of parking spaces and commercial premises. The CE should also honor his promises by establishing other commercial and parking facilities by the side of these estates, so as to provide more choices to the tenants. This is also to boost competition so as to bring down the rent of commercial premises and parking spaces.
Mr. Raymond Wong, Mr. President, at a recent shareholders meeting, Link REIT said that it could buy industrial buildings and convert them into commercial centers, and they plan to buy $10 billion worth of properties. They will look for suitable industrial buildings for conversion. In June last year, it spent $1.1 billion to buy Lam Fung Plaza in Chang Kwan O. So Link REIT has become a monster beyond our control. recently, the unit price has gone up to $40, the highest in history. It is expected to go to $45. For LEUNG REIT, it is getting excessive profits, and it is based on the following approach. It has paid a very cheap price for the assets created by the hard-earned money from the taxpayers. Today, Leung Kwok-hung would like to move this motion to buy back LEUNG REIT. The purpose is to remind the public. C.Y. Leung, the chief executive, during his electoral campaign, promised to identify sites within public housing estates to provide government-constructed commercial facilities so as to suppress the high prices. He probably said that he could consider the possibility of buying back the LEUNG REIT. C.Y. Leung has been into his office for over 100 days. But we haven't got any specific plans from him. So, STH, have you considered it at all, and have you included it in your agenda? Or would it be like what Mr. Che-cheung has done to the 85,000 housing units being the housing target? When it is not mentioned, it means it has gone. Now, Leung Kwok-hung would like the government to become the sole or major shareholder by buying 25% of the units so that it can exercise an influence, so that the LEUNG will give consideration to corporate social responsibility. It is a very humble request. To be honest, I think it is quite unrealistic. But at least the spirit of his motion is good, and myself and the people power have no choice but support him. There will be the split voting. I'm sure the FC members can make the day for you. Moreover, for the GC returned members, we have only got 1 or 2 additional members, additional votes. Sin Yong-gai disappeared last time when the matter was put to the vote. Therefore, on more than one occasion, the idea to buy back LEUNG REIT has been raised. Today, Leung Kwok-hung is moving this motion. I still find it meaningful. At least once more, we allow the monsters to be shown up. We all know that this is going to be an impossible task. Either you buy all of the units, you can't just buy 25%. Therefore, I must once again, via the live broadcast on TV, tell the audience before the TV screen, remind you that for the DP and the DAB, they make sure that the motions are to be thrown out, and in fact, they started it all. In the past, the DP said that they would support the listing of LEUNG REIT together with the pro-establishment camp because that would improve the financial position of the hospital or the housing authority. And since Chung Kai was in charge of the financial side of the housing authority, he said that should there be increases in rental, he would ask Victor So to step down. But of course, Mr. So has already stepped down. At that time, he looked so proud. And then at that time, housing tenants thought that they could believe in the Democratic Party. They thought that they could believe in the pro-establishment camp, saying that they could guarantee that there would not be rental increase. But what is the reality? It is getting crazy. And then the small shop owners have been driven out. I don't have much time left. 2 minutes only. 3 parties are moving amendments to Leung Kwok-hung's motion. DP hasn't done so because they know what it's all about. Unfortunately, today I have to stand trial in the court today. I don't know whether Mr. Sin Chung Kai has spoken or not. Had I got a chance to listen to his speech, I would have much more to say. I support the spirit of Leung Kwok-hung's motion, but at the same time, I have to point out that from the experience of MTRCL, it would not help even if we can get 25% of the units. In fact, Chi-wai has become the poorest district in Hong Kong, and yet they pay much more than the rest of Hong Kong. They have the hidden youth, they have the hidden elders. The administration allows Leung REIT to charge excessive rent in districts where we have a lot of grassroots. 2 years ago, in fact, it was the best time to buy back Leung REIT when there was the financial crisis, the financial tsunami, but today will be very difficult. So Professor Cheung would appear to be justified. But then Leung Che-cheung has cut out this part in relation to the 25%. He said that we should only explore the feasibility. This is really shameless. It's better for you to shut up. Who supported the listing of Leung REIT? For KK Kwok and Chen Yuen-han's amendments, we are going to support them. Thank you. Mr. Vincent Fang. Mr. President, for the retail and catering industries, loves and hate Leung REIT. This is because Leung REIT is quite a good property manager when it comes to commercial properties. Locations are good. When they put in a lot of investments to renovate the prime location markets and shopping centers, and patrons have a totally different experience when they go to Leung REIT managed markets and shopping centers. A lot of promotional activities have been organized, and this is quite different from the management of the housing authority. But then if you want to get a better experience, you have to pay for it. And therefore, the tenants have to pay a higher rental and more by way of management fees, and then the patrons would have to pay more for the goods and services. The markets and shopping centers were supposed to be part of the housing estates. And then for private housing tenants, they have this characteristic. More of them are from the lower income class. Most of the housing estates have been built a long time ago, and then they had an aging population. The purchasing power is lower. Are the high prices affordable to them? For lavishly decorated shopping centers, are they really suitable for public housing estates? The housing authority divested the majority of the retail and car parking facilities, hoping that the commercial approach can enhance the management. At the same time, cash could be obtained for the continuous development of the HA. I don't think the idea was wrong, but what's wrong was that Leung REIT was not bound to a particular term, that is social responsibility. And as a result, Leung REIT was able to wield a magic wand, and whenever there's renovation, there will be rent increase. Wet markets become commercial centers for better return. So many shops have closed, and then the residents don't get the goods and services that they need. So for the Leung REIT management, yes, it is much better than that of the housing authority. But then commercial tenants are facing higher rents, and they have been evicted, and then the trade mix is getting more and more monotonous. We haven't got any local characteristics, and the clients, the customers, find it difficult to get what they want. I support the idea of buying back, but not 25% as stated in the motion. This is because if the government remains as a minor shareholder, then it can't be dominant. And in fact, Leung REIT has been set up under the relevant laws, and then you need to follow the code for REIT. There must be a fundamental change. Moreover, after buying back, can the government manage the facilities like Link? If the facilities go back to the old days before the Link REIT's entry, then it will be a waste of time. Now, many members have said that it won't be easy to buy back Link REIT. It will involve over $100 billion, and then the money will be like a gift for the foreign investors. The Liberal Party thinks that we can find an alternative solution. First of all, the Chi-wai Leung should honor the pledge given to the retail sector, that is, provide more commercial facilities. Second, in terms of town planning for places where you have already got the link run facilities, provide more choices for the small shop owners by providing commercial facilities. What is even more important is that the housing authority should make good use of the shopping centers and wet markets within their own management, so as to provide service to the public housing tenants. STH, you have already said that for the domain in Yau-tong, which has just been completed, this is the latest addition to the stock of the housing authority, and it is the newest one. I'm also on the HA, but then when we discuss the approach of the domain, many would like to turn it into a high-class shopping center with a lot of anchor tenants from chain stores. If this is to be the case, then it won't be different from the Link REIT shopping centers. I'm the only one from the business sector, and I was the lone voice, and I said that the HA should make sure that sufficient shop space would be reserved for non-chain stores so that individual shop owners could provide unique services. Therefore, the HA should start now and make use of the shop space available, make sure that it can discharge its social corporate responsibility, make sure that for each and every shopping center, sufficient shopping space will be reserved for traditional trades and unique trades, because we need a healthy and appropriate trade mix. That's better than coming back to this motion year in, year out and ask whether we need to buy back the Link REIT units. Therefore, we can only agree with the amendment moved by Mr. Leung Chi-wai. Thank you.
Ms. Abraham Shed.
Mr. President, at the time when the government besieged this LegCo to endorse the privatization program in 2004 and 5, it stated that the profits generated from the sale of housing authorities' facilities would be used to construct public rental housing units. Mr. Justice Bukhari at that time also took this into account in the Court of Final Appeal judgment in the case of LEUNG and Housing Authority, which provided the listing exercise with a legal basis. Yet this pledge has remained mere rhetoric. The actual construction volume of private public rental housing per annum has never surpassed the level reached in 2004/5 when the promise was made, when at that time 24,000 units of public rental housing were constructed. In 2011/2012 period, only 11,000 public rental housing units were built. And the number of the public rental housing constructed annually between 2005 and 6 and 2011 and 12 was only about 13,900 on average. The government has not only broken its promise, but also misled the judiciary. This is just another unpaid check that the government and HA owes to the people. No doubt, the capacity of the link, as it is successfully revamped and once poorly managed commercial and parking facilities under the housing authorities into a lucrative business as it is now today, that offers a classic example of how business principle can outperform bureaucratic leadership. However, there are doubts about whether the link has any social corporate responsibility and whether the government has properly performed its role in dealing with the aftermath of the divestment and listing exercise. Unfortunately, the government has once again shown how it is capable of turning something good into something bad, and from bad to worse. Privatization itself is not wrong. The continued controversy over the link issue concerns the government disposal of public assets at a knockdown price, which was a gross blunder. During the fierce debates in this Council in 2004 and 5 on privatizing the housing authority assets, while I supported the privatization in principle, I forewarned the government that its approach for calculating the housing authority's assets was wrong. But this was defended by Sin Chung-kai, as it took no account of the construction cost and the considerable land premium. But the government then refused to listen, and instead of selling the housing authority assets at an extraordinary low price, and they sold it at a very low price. As a result, the price of a parking space was set at a ridiculously low price of $47,000 compared to then market price of $200,000 in the new territories then. Likewise, Lok Fu Center was valued at only $3,000 per square foot, a price that did not even cover the land premium, Mr. President. Only the shareholders of Link benefited, and that's why their price is so high today. And it was to the detriment of the public coffers and to those people living in the housing authorities' estates. Mr. President, the public outcries against the link has evolved into a wider social discontent because it appears that the interests of the general public and the small tenants have been undermined. The logic is simple. Those HA assets used to serve the community and residents in respective districts. However, over the past 7 years, the accumulated rental increases imposed on the short tenants operating in the Link shopping mall has reached 74%. Small businesses have thus squeezed out, and only famous brands and chain stores that can afford the high rents were welcomed. This practice has caused people to complain about reduced choice and inflated prices for commodities, including daily necessity, and their livelihood suffers. I can call on the Link to show some corporate social responsibility. This will surely help the Link to rid itself of the notorious reputation as an unscrupulous vampire, and will be conducive to long-term development of the corporation. The only question is whether the Link will look at the issue with farsightedness of chasing profits indiscriminately. Mr. President, if we bring the Link simply because it acts on business principle, then the government deserves more blame for acquiescing to the sufferings of the people and ignoring the responsibility immediately following the privatization. Privatization of public assets is not and cannot be the end of the government responsibility. Section 4(1) of the Housing Ordinance stipulates that HA is responsible to provide housing and ancillary facilities, including the shopping arcades, recreation facilities, and so on, for the enjoyment of the public housing. Some colleagues suggest that the government should buy back 25% of the share of the Link, and at the same time install and run similar facilities in the vicinity of the Link to create more competition. However, this would be tantamount to lifting a rock only to drop onto the government's own feet. Buying back shares is not the answer. I agree with Vincent of Liberal Party that creating competition will be the answer. Hit Link where it hurt most, in their own area. And this is how they should do it, not to buy back the Link at an exorbitant high price to the benefit of the shareholders. Mr. President, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chen Chi-chun. Mr. President, since the listing of the Ling REIT, it has been subject to controversies and criticisms. It is the most cursed listed company. It raised rents in a crazy manner. The average rent increase over the past 7 years is 9.1% on average, a total increase of 74%. That is the bad consequence of privatization. the LEUNG REIT continues to increase rent year after year. Small operators cannot survive, and they are driven out of the shopping centers of the housing estate. Many individual operators have to follow up their business, and such shops are only occupied by chain stores. Now, the LEUNG REIT also contract out their services. The workers of contractors do not have paid lunch hours or pay leave, and originally 3 shifts of security guards were suggested to be reduced to 2 shifts, but because of public outcry, it was kept at 3 shifts. Now, the culprit of all these mistakes were the senior officials who promote privatization and the short-sighted politicians, and also the media which fanned the fire, and those who call for the listing of the LEUNG REIT. One reason for listing the REIT was the poor management of the housing authority, the privatization will help to reduce tenancy, reduce vacancy, and at that time, the housing authority was short of cash. Selling the C&R facilities will yield about $20 billion, $20+ billion. Now, privatization provided money to the HA, and the LEUNG REIT has changed the mismanagement of the shopping centers, and under their management there has been renovation, and the tenancy take-up rate was more than 90%, and rental revenue has been increasing, and share price hit a high of $41, and today is still trading at more than $40. So should the LEUNG REIT be appreciated? Now, we don't need to conduct many studies or look at many examples. Just look at one thing, and we can see that how the public assess the LEUNG REIT. At the beginning of this year, the LEUNG REIT introduced a promotion campaign called to recall the nostalgic restaurants. And once it was launched, it was criticized widely. It was said that it's just shedding crocodile's tears. On the one hand, the LEUNG REIT drives out old and small firms, and now and at the same time they're promoting the so-called nostalgic taste. People just criticize the LEUNG REIT for being unkind and heartless. The so-called nostalgic taste has become a curse word, and this large-scale promotion campaign fell flat. Why it has caused such a strong reaction is because of their short-sightedness. The administration was only concerned about short-term interests and ignored long-term interests of Hong Kong. According to the market principle, the LEUNG REIT operates according to commercial principle. It works for profit. It works for long-term asset appreciation and profit growth. But the majority of the shopping centers managed by the LEUNG REIT were once public property. And the housing ordinance requires the housing authority to provide the ancillary facilities to meet the daily needs of the tenants. Between social responsibility and profit, the LEUNG REIT just goes after profits and not social responsibility. The LEUNG REIT is culpable, but the SARG is even more culpable, and all the politicians who supported the listing of the LEUNG REIT, they were short-sighted. They gave 1/10 of the retail space in in Hong Kong, and all these were located in public housing estates, and these assets were given into the hands of the profiteering company. The government officials, the media, and those who go after the profits of their shares pull wool over the eyes of the public and urge the public to support the listing of the REIT. Now, concerning the buying back, it was not the first time the motion was moved. In 2008, there was such a motion, but it was vetoed because of split voting. The Leung REIT, or rather the administration, has ignored the needs of the people in the housing estate and has regarded as the selling of assets as water under the bridge. The administration has not taken any action to solve the problem. Buying back 25% of the shares of the Leung REIT is only one of the option. As said by Ms. Yuen-han, there should be other measures such as providing more markets and bazaars, redeveloping public facilities. If the administration has become a major shareholder and does not exercise influence on reducing rent, then there should be more competition in order to balance the needs of different sectors of the community. It takes courage to face up to mistakes made. As for the SARG and those who voted for the listing of the REIT, please do not ignore the call of the people. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Frederick Fung? Mr. President, throughout the whole world, people are still bearing the aftermaths of the financial tsunami. Our SARG has not learned any lesson from that. It still relies on the free market and insists on its very lenient policies. It's trying to survive. But in fact, the Leung REIT is involved in telling lies and so forth. I think private enterprises have been very greedy. In order to earn each and every cent, they resort to all tactics. The financial industry has been packaging a lot of derivative products in order to reap profits. And when the bubbles burst, we ended up with a financial crisis, and taxpayers had to pay for the consequences. When the whole world is still working on easing the impact of financial tsunami and to prevent their economies from heading towards recession, our banks have been reducing its credit facilities. Therefore, the actual economy is dealt a heavy blow. The unprecedented financial tsunami have caused the whole world to reconsider market regulation and regulation of market behavior, and governments had been actively intervening. Right from the very beginning, the ADPL already said that positive non-intervention, big market, small government, etc. would not be workable. In fact, these are the fundamental roots of many of our problems. Commercial activities have been conducted behind closed doors, and the interest of grassroots employees had been disregarded. Now, we must not push people's livelihood to the crux of our economy. We oppose the cheap sale of public assets. We must not hand over public facilities to the private sector. There must be cheap commodities for PRH shopping arcades, which should not be turned into financial tools for the big consortia, which will only squeeze the small operators out of the market. They won't have any room for survival. And Leung REIT markets are losing their characteristics. I remember that at the listing of the Leung REIT, ADPL already said that Leung REIT would make use of excuses such as market operations and uplifting to eat into the interest of the tenants. Thus, cheap sale of public assets may be unfairly motivated. There are discrepancies and errors, thus causing bad consequences to the PRH tenants. Now, all these bad consequences have emerged. The small operators and PRH tenants suffered as a result. The Leung REIT has been managing commercial facilities with a high-handed approach. They made use of renovation and rental increase to drive away small operators and to introduce big chain stores. Some surveys reveal that among the 1,600 shops under the link REIT, about 70% are occupied by big groups, and the link REIT is still increasing rent year by year. For the first half of this year, the cumulative increase has been 21%, and for individual operators, the rise was even more hefty. So the link REIT can do everything it wants. Eventually, cost will be passed on to consumers. Therefore, PRH tenants have been leading a more difficult life. So this will create more dissatisfaction among tenants and cause social instability. The only solution is to buy back the link REIT. The link REIT has only been eyeing on profits. It has suffocated small operators and disregarded the interest of the tenants. Therefore, competition should be introduced to combat such approaches. Small shopping arcades should be built in the vicinity of PRH estates, where link REIT manages the shopping centers. And by getting back the controlling right on link REIT, the government should do something. The buyback price would be very expensive. Maybe we need to pay $20 billion for just 20% of the shares. But in order to eradicate long-term agony, this may still be worthwhile. C.Y. Leung should not hide behind the concepts of free market and big market, small government. He said that he would do a lot of things, but those were just empty words. He was unmoved by the plight of the tenants. So please, C.Y. Leung, take out your courage. Please do not drop your promises after you have won your election. Please bring in introduction in PRH estates and buy back the link REIT. Mr. Albert Chan. Mr. President, talking about the link REIT, I'm really very saddened. Well, 10 years have elapsed. This seems to belong to the past. But hundreds of thousands of residents or even millions of people are suffering under the link REIT. The small operators, the tenants, the vehicle owners, etc., are forced to pay high rent. Some of them are forced to close their business, and members of the public are forced to buy expensive commodities. Recently, I encountered a recent seafood operator in Tin Shui Wai. She was actually the boss of the shop. She said that she lost over $1 million, millions of dollars. As for the groceries, they opposed monopolization by the link REIT. As a result, the link REIT refused to renew their tenancies, and they were forced to terminate their business. Those people were in their 50s. They had to turn elsewhere where rent was high. In the past, they already suffered a deficit, and still they have to lead a difficult life. Well, there are numerous such examples. In the old LegCo building, coincidentally, I heard the news that the government would sell the link REIT. I considered that against the housing ordinance. With Mr. Ronnie Tong and Mr. Martin Lee, I studied together with the two of them the housing ordinance in the antechamber, and both of them deemed the proposed sale against the housing ordinance. And we had to seek a judicial review, and Mr. Albert Chang subsidized us $50,000. At that time, I was scolded for blocking people from being prosperous. Well, although we lost our case in law, in spirit, I am still looking at the plight of the PRH tenants. It's precisely because the government acted against the housing ordinance. PRH estates should basically serve the tenants themselves. Secondly, I criticized the then valuation of the LEUNG REIT to be on the low side. An obvious example was the parking spaces. Obvious examples were Tin Chung, Tin Yue estates, etc., and Tin Shui-wai. At that time, the valuation per parking space was $40,000. And in Laguna City, each parking space fetched $200,000. And then I published a paper on the excessively low valuation of parking spaces. The LEUNG REIT prices have escalated fourfold from $10 to $40. That was very obviously a transfer of interest. Mr. Leung Chun-ying, after selling the LEUNG REIT, made an appointment to see me. We went to the Housing Authority. The Director of Housing and a number of deputy directors had a meeting with us. I said the Housing Authority had reaped huge profits. It should do something good since it had done something against its conscience. I asked for three things. First of all, I said that lifts should be built for the 7-story old resettlement buildings. And he ordered a deputy director to build the lifts. And the DAB is now stealing my limelight by claiming that that's their contribution. But in fact, that was mine. Mr. Leung Chun-ying then ordered all 7-story resettlement buildings to be equipped with lifts. And the many old buildings had very old pipes. Again, those were replaced. Thirdly, I asked for more artistic decorations, enhanced greening, enhanced environment, etc. However, all these would not be able to remedy what had been done to the tenants. Parking spaces have their rent increased 3 times a year. In 5 to 6 years' time, parking space rent shot up tremendously. As for this proposed buyback, unless C.Y. Leung has awakened, unless he discovers that he has done something against his conscience, for a full buyback, we may have to pay $10 billion. But at least the government should buy back 2 to 3 shopping arcades under the LEUNG REIT to strike a balance. For remote areas like Tongchong and Tin Shui-wai, the government should build car parks, markets, shopping arcades in the vicinity of LEUNG REIT facilities. Mr. President, I must reprimand the Democratic Party, which was the culprit of the sale of the LEUNG REIT. If the Democratic Party did not support the sale of the LEUNG REIT, then the government might not push it through comprehensively. But with the support of the Democratic Party, PRH tenants had suffered. Mr. Anthony Cheung was the deputy chairman of the Democratic Party. I don't know whether he has withdrawn from the party, or the DP members then should step down. Mr. President, I hope that the government should review what it has done. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Paul Tse.
Mr. President, other than the Hong Kong government, I think the punching bag, there is an easy target. It must be the LEUNG REIT, because if you care to go to the districts, any lawmaker, whenever he or she mentions the LEUNG REIT, will hear about the grievances aired by the residents. So in an election year, Leung Reach will certainly become a hot topic. And among political parties, the topic of the Leung Reach will become the subject matter of mutual criticisms. I have a sense of helplessness. Now today, a decision made in the past was used as an excuse for mutual attacks, and this is even more frustrating because we aren't here to have a coroner's inquest to find out who was wrong, which party was wrong, who was wiser or what. I think the public expects us to provide workable solutions and be more pragmatic. I no longer represent the tourism industry, Mr. President, but then whenever I walk past the tourist spots like the Central, Tsim Sha Tsui and Causeway Bay, I feel sorry for the tourists. This is because Hong Kong is supposed to be shopper's paradise, and we have made a lot of money. We gained a lot of revenue from the tourists, and yet we were quite poor in providing adequate facilities to our tourists. They do look like buying luxury goods. It seems that they're at the mercy of the charity. I think you know what I mean if you know how the picture looks like when the tourists have to wait outside Sogo or other department stores. I think it's a matter of wrong decisions in the past. And then it so happens that under the individual visit scheme, we have a drastic increase in the number of tourists coming to Hong Kong. For public housing tenants, they also suffer. And in fact, small shop owners in the retail industry, whether they are operating from a Leung Reach shopping center or housing authority shopping center, they are also victims and they can have no one to turn to. The Leung Reach is an easy target of taking it out. Now in 2005, the Leung Reach was listed, and in the year 2011, I understand that in the interim, the retail industry has seen the volume of trade being doubled from $200 billion to $400 billion. And for the number of employees, I think we have seen an increase in 17%. And then for the total floor space for shops, in the same period of time, there was only an increase of 13%. So we are lagging behind very seriously. We lack space. So in terms of land supply, we have a serious shortage for public housing. And for commercial floor space, again, we have a severe shortage. And therefore, all the shop rentals have been increasing drastically. In the same period of time, private rental has increased by 35%. For Leung Reach, the rate of increase was $23 in 2006, and it gone up to $35.80, an increase of 7.7% when compared with 13% in the private sector in the same period. Many years ago, I lived in Show Estate, and I knew full well how shops were run under the housing authority in terms of the quality as well as the facilities. When compared with the Leung Reach shopping facilities, an increase of 7.7% in the rental is but legitimate, acceptable. In fact, you can call it value for money. For the grassroots tenants in public estates, as Mr. Vincent Fang has said, it is a mismatch. Perhaps, indeed, the services and the management of Leung Reach are good, but then they may not be able to answer the needs of the grassroots. In the past, we made a decision. Probably the decision was made without giving due regard to this point. What then should we do? But I don't think buying back is a feasible option. On the other hand, I would incline towards other options, like what Mr. Fang has said. That is, in terms of the supply, perhaps we should provide suitable shopping facilities for the grassroots. Provide the shopping facilities, or we can have something which is more suitable for their affordability. Otherwise, we can't solve the problem if we lightly resort to the idea of buying back. If you can only get 25%, it won't help. Mrs. Regina Yip has already said that even if you can get 25% of the units, you can't do anything that would harm the interests of other small investors. So perhaps in terms of supply, in terms of competition, we can do more. And please, I urge members not to put a blaming finger on who should be blamed most for the past mistake. That's not appropriate. Thank you. Does another member wish to speak? If not, then I will invite Mr. Leung Kwok-hung to speak on the 3 amendments, and he'll have 5 minutes to speak. I have 5 minutes left during the first round. Please clip on your mic. When I first spoke, I didn't use up all the 15 minutes. At the end, you have some time left to reply. At this moment, you are invited to speak on the 3 amendments. Mr. President, for the 3 amendments, they are similar and they are also different. First of all, I would like to thank the other members, especially FTU members and Civic Party members. They have moved amendments to my motion so that it can be more comprehensive.
In fact, it's cunning for me to move this motion. I actually know that it will not be passed and it will have no binding effect. The more people are criticizing the buying back of the link REIT, be it 20% or 25%, the more it is proved that the administration has not done anything to honor its previous promises. It should not repeat this mistake. I really hope that people will scold me even more severely. I thank them. Why is it that back then nobody stopped the government? So, I do not intend to speak on the amendments. However, for Leung Chi-cheung's amendment, I really don't understand. He's contradicting himself. He said that the sale of 25% would mean that we support the privatization and further affirm the sale of the link REIT. I think he has misunderstood me. In fact, I've repeated many times that 25% of shareholding won't give you control over the link REIT, but 25% of shareholding will give you the right to ask for a meeting. In fact, you can do that at 10% of shareholding. So with 25%, you'll be able to ask for a meeting. The link REIT may be doing something bad. The link REIT may be doing something good. We would like to create a platform for intervention. Now, we are crying out miserably. You must have a platform to air your grievances. Many people urged LegCo members not to support me. They're absurd. If the link REIT prices are to go up, we'll gain, and the proceeds can be plowed back to the Treasury. Here, I would not like to go into those details one by one. Today, I'd like councillors to understand one point. I thank you for your amendments. That means you have spent time on my motion. Then I would have attained what I would like to achieve. If my motion is not passed today and your amendments are passed, that's also a reminder for the government, because the spirit is that the government must do something. In particular, we have to remind Mr. C.Y. Leung not to engage in empty talk, not to just pay us lip service. If the link REIT performs well, that's not the responsibility of Leung Kwok-hung. That's not my responsibility. And it's not I who would like to gain 1,200 votes. Just now, Mr. Michael Tian said that he could not support me. But he had not suggested anything. He had not moved an amendment. He is actually confused whose responsibility this is. Those who criticize me for being absurd, all of them are in the establishment. They can actually do something that I cannot do. So I suggest they reflect on themselves behind closed doors. Why should all these have begun? And when I now remind you to stop this, you pass the implementation duty to me. It's not the LegCo controlling them. It's the government. You should urge the government to do something. The government created the devil, so he can kill the devil as well.
Secretary for Transport and Housing. Mr. President, I'm grateful to the 30 members who have spoken. There are a lot of criticisms against link REIT. They hope that the administration would do something about it. 7 years ago, the then government decided to divest the retail and car parking facilities of the Housing Authority with the purpose of allowing the HA to focus on the provision of subsidized public housing. The commercial facilities will be transferred to a private organization so that it will raise the effectiveness as well as the quality of the retail service. In 2005, Link REIT was listed, and it brought about 34 billion Hong Kong dollars for the HA in the form of cash, providing sufficient cash flow for the HA, and it allows the public housing program to be sustainable. Today, the government should not lightly talk about a buying back of link REIT. In my opening speech, I have already given a detailed analysis. I stated clearly as to why the option of buying back is not desirable and it cannot achieve the expected result of the proponent. The link REIT is an autonomous entity, but it is no ordinary listed company. It has a historical background. The Link REIT manages the retail and car parking facilities originally owned by the Housing Authority for the purpose of the public housing tenants. Ultimately, it is a set of facilities serving the public housing tenants. Ultimately, the public housing shopping centers have to rely on the local patrons. And under the rules of demand and supply, Link REIT can't ignore everything and try to develop and run the public housing estate shopping centers in the way like the shopping centers in CBD. Will continue to liaise with the management of Link REIT, will reflect the views of the lawmakers as well as the community. Like before renovating any shopping centers, Link REIT should consult the local views. We hope that the Link REIT will be operating community shopping centers in relation to the retail and shopping facilities so that they're more in line with the consumption patterns of the tenants as well as their affordability. In fact, we have to follow the rules of the housing ordinance. The CFA's ruling doesn't actually mean that the housing authority has to provide the retail facilities directly, but then we would follow the spirit. We will be having more communication with Link REIT. On the other hand, within the jurisdiction of the housing authority, will be providing and enhancing the relevant facilities. Mr. President, in today's debate, some members have said that the Link REIT has been increasing the rental every year, driving away the small businessmen. The prices have been forced to go up, thus increasing the burden on the estate tenants. But then some members have also said that in the past few years, as far as the retail rental is concerned, the increase has been rather significant. For the shopping centers in housing estates, they have the public housing tenants as their patrons. Yes, while we have some more upmarket shops in the shopping centers run by Link REIT, but then we are facing the general public, and we have a diversified trade mix and shop mix. We have a free market economy, and the prices will be decided in accordance with demand and supply, as well as the business costs of individual shop owners. Rent would affect the cost of business, but it is not the only reason. If the rentals are too high, then it will be beyond the affordability of the consumers, and then there won't be sufficient business. It won't do Link REIT any good. If Link REIT is to Link REIT sets eye on the long-term sustainability. It won't just go after the quick profits, and it won't be increasing the rental blindly, because that would mean wastage of tenants, and then it will generate reluctance and resentment on the part of the tenants, and the commercial goodwill will be affected. Some members have said that the buyback will not actually work, but then they want to take a political stance, so that the administration will be urged to understand that we can't just be privatizing all the facilities. From time to time, there are certain cases that call for public management and public ownership. Yes, there are different needs in our community. I don't think any government should be dogmatic in deciding on whether we should nationalize or privatize the assets or activities. We need to be pragmatic. Some members have suggested that we should have more government-run commercial facilities so that there will be more choices and we can allow the smaller businessmen to survive. As I have said in the opening remarks, the government is concerned about the daily needs of the housing estate tenants. The housing authority would continue to provide an appropriate number of commercial facilities so that there will be more shopping choices. Currently, there are 40 shopping centers under the housing authority, and there are also retail facilities totaling 200,000 square meters floor space, and there are 125 car parks, providing 27,800 car parking spaces. For the new housing estates, there will be the provision of shopping facilities. The main consideration is the population in the new estate, as well as the adequacy or otherwise of the neighboring retail facilities. When we have a greater population or when there aren't sufficient retail facilities, then there will be more retail space available. And as to the car parking spaces, will follow the Hong Kong planning standard and guidelines. And take the latest regional shopping center, the Domain in Yiu-chung, as an example. The housing authority considered that there has been rapid development in East Kowloon. There has been a lot of new public housing estates and a number of major redevelopment projects. So the population size as well as the family mix have undergone major changes. With younger population and with more households, there has been a change in the demand for retail facilities. So the Domain has been built in accordance with the development of that region. The Domain has got 8 stories with 23,000 square meters, and there are 143 tenants, and there will be a large variety of choices in terms of dining and shopping. And the domain will also be allowing 23 units to be used as the small retailers zone. We are grateful to many members who have spoken on behalf of the smaller tenants or the small businessmen. Other than the domain, the HA is also planning and constructing 21 new commercial and retail facilities involving 37,000 square meters space and 29 car parks with 3,200 parking spaces. Mr. President, the main duty of the Housing Authority is to provide subsidized housing, but at the same time, the administration will be providing adequate commercial and retail facilities to tie in with the needs of the residents. Other than building new commercial and retail facilities, the Housing Authority would also improve the existing facilities so as to enhance the competitiveness and provide better service to the tenants. After conducting technical feasibility studies, the Housing Authority will identify shopping centers which were built a long time ago to carry out improvement projects like retiling, improving the illumination system, signage, and also better layouts. Like Shopping Center, Namshan Estate, Pingsha Estate, Fushan Estate, and Siu-ping Court Market have undergone and completed the improvement measures. We will be improving the shopping centers and markets continuously. We will bring out the potential and will move with the times. As to the assistance given to the smaller enterprises to start business in the facilities under the HA welcome anybody, including any shops or shop owners who have operated in link-run centers or other private centers to use our vacant retail shops. But of course, it will be in the form of an bidding or tendering exercise. This is in line with the principle of fairness in the market. Some members have said that in relation to areas where we have a concentration of facilities under the management of Link REIT, we should provide public markets, bazaars, and hawkers bazaars so that they have more choices. The Audit Commission did look into such matters. The auditor said that when it comes to the planning for new public markets, we must seriously consider the viability and cost effectiveness of markets, making sure that public resources will be put to appropriate use. And in 2009, the Planning Department also amended the Hong Kong Planning Standards and Guidelines. Other than looking at the local population, we should look at the population profile, community needs, the provision of market facilities in public and private sectors nearby, as well as the number of fresh provision shops and the willingness of the residents to keep the bazaar, hawkers bazaar. We have looked into the above matters. If a privately run shopping center can meet the needs of the residents, I think that's the way to go about it. Some members have talked about the case of Tin Shui Wai. Tin Shui Wai is rather unique, and in fact, on a vacant site, in Tin Shui Wai North, near Tin Shui Road, the government is going to cooperate with the Tung Group of hospitals to run a bazaar so as to allow these residents to have an additional shopping option, and it will also drive the economic development there and create jobs. We understand that different districts have different characteristics. A bazaar has its own way of operation. It is more flexible. But then there are also limitations. But then we can learn from the experience of Tin Shui Road Bazaar, and then we can see if we can introduce the same concept to other districts. Mr. President, the retail market of Hong Kong faces fierce competition. Shopping centers under Link REIT must face the heated competition from other retail facilities nearby. Competition among shopping centers means that the prices for goods and also the fees for services in the shopping facilities of Link REIT will be maintained at a reasonable level. I've also heard that it is important to retain competition. The shopping centers under Link REIT are mainly located within public housing estates or nearby, so the patronage mainly comes from the housing tenants. Therefore, the shops, the trade mix, and also the goods sold in the shops as well as the services provided must basically meet the needs of the public housing tenants and their mode of consumption. Otherwise, they can't succeed. Through today's debate, I'm sure Link REIT would understand clearly the expectation of the society of Link REIT in relation to the concept of community shopping centers. I believe that through the forces of the market, Link REIT will continue to improve the shopping environment, meet the basic shopping needs of the tenants, and there will be a win-win situation. At the same time, the Housing Authority will continue to provide and build commercial and retail facilities so as to help the housing tenants to meet their daily needs, and then there will be more consumption choices for the tenants. We'll continue to keep up the liaison with the management of Link REIT and reflect the needs of their public housing tenants. Lastly, I would like to respond to a point made by Mrs. Regina Yip, that is, in the past, whether there was the first right to buy option between Link REIT and Housing Authority. According to this deed of right of first refusal, well, for the first 10 years, that is up to November 2015, if the Housing Authority would like to divest the remaining RNC facilities or newly built RNC facilities, Link REIT should be given the offer first. But then, as I have already said in my opening remarks, the Housing Authority has no plan to sell any RNC facilities under the exchange. Thank you.
Ms. Chen Yuen-han, please move your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion be amended, and I propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Ms. Chen Yuen-han to Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion be passed. And I'll put the question to you as stated. For those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think Mr. Chen Kam-lam claims a division. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes. We are now voting on Ms. Chan Yuen-han's amendment to Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is now closed. Display results. Voting results: GC Group 34 present, 14 for, 19 against, 1 abstention. GC Group 35 present, 22 present, 22 for, 12 against, no abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative. Mr. Andrew Leung. Mr. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in response to this motion, the Council shall proceed to voting after the division bell has rung for 1 minute. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority respective of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. I order that later, if there are further divisions being claimed at this meeting on the same motion, we'll proceed to voting after the division bell has rung for 1 minute. Mr. Leung Che-cheung, you can now move your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Mr. Leung Che-cheung to Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? I think Ms. Emily Lau claims a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute.
開始表決。
Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is now closed. Display results. Voting results. FC Group 33 present, 10 for, 18 against. GC Group 35 present, 13 for, 21 against. No abstention. The question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative. Dr. Kwok-hing, you can move your motion. I move that Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion be passed. I now propose the question to you, and that is the amendment moved by Dr. Kwok-hing to Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think Mr. Jeffrey Lam claims a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is now closed. Display results. Voting results. FC Group 34 present, 14 for, 20 against, no abstention. GC Group 35 present, 22 for, 12 against, no abstention. I think the question is not agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative. Mr. Leung Kwok-hung, you now have 5 minutes 12 seconds to reply. Mr. President, there's nothing shameless, but more shameless. I think I was not wrong. Back then, the housing authority did not have enough income, so I agreed that assets could be sold to cover the deficits and to revitalize the market. And previously, you also supported the 9 initiatives and 10 initiatives of Mr. Mei-kuen to reduce the number of HOS flat production and to suspend HOS. Well, you said that I made a mistake by supporting the sale. I said that the sale was a cheap one. You said that the Pan-Democrats were creating something out of nothing. Mr. President, would you please teach your party members you're exposing your own ugliness? Dr. Kwok-hing, you fall into that trap. Right from the very beginning, we already said that once the link REIT was sold, you could not stop it. I was scolded. 8,000 people were shouting at me, claiming that they would chop off my hands. Where were you, Mr. Mei-kuen? And those who claim that my suggestion to buy back 25% of the shares was absurd. Where were you then? Where were you then? Did you support the government? That's the biggest privatization exercise in the world. And you said that that's the pride of our government. Mr. Chi-wai told you to support him, then you supported him. Did you support him? Henry Tang and Chi-wai said that they would like to jump the queue and go to the CFA for expeditious sale and listing of the link REIT. And you are now saying all these things here. I already said that this 25% is to buy a platform for playing tricks on the link REIT every now and then. Michael 10, you said the prices would escalate. Then we can reap a profit from the price differences. If we endorse this 25% of buyback, we don't need to do it today. Ask the Hong Kong MA to do it. For me, I advocate for confiscating the whole link REIT. Would you support me? Would you support privatization? You dare not say so. I'm being frank. I'm absurd. I ask you to suggest a confiscation then. Mr. President, in this world, there are too many people with hindsight, and there are too many people who are supporting the evils, the evildoers. Michael 10 had a lot of public officers, 42 paid directorship, and property-related officers, 15 investment items. Oh, no, not 15, only 8. Some shareholding investment. I don't know what those are. I really don't know whether he holds link REIT shares. Maybe you really want to agitate me. Leung-sing as well, so many public officers. And he could not stop this. And now he's lecturing me. Both of them are NPC deputies. No wonder on the mainland it's so easy to sell national assets. You're so able and competent. Would you oppose that on the mainland? Were they not controlling finance? Where have those resources of social enterprises gone? You're so able and competent. Dare you oppose the future MA proposal by C.Y. Leung that would fuel speculation? Is that not bureaucracy? When bureaucracy helps you, you support it. And you studied in Harvard. The U.S. economy is so bad now because of Harvard students. And they went to Spain to help them. $10 billion of loan to assist the EU. Well, don't claim that you're a Harvard student. Harvard's name is no longer good. If you go onto the streets, you'll be struck to death. It's because Hong Kong copied you. Mr. President, I'm absurd. I know that there won't be any reform, there won't be any confiscation of private assets. That's why I humbly suggest this 25% buyback. Let me repeat again. 25% is to buy a say, and how to handle link REIT is your responsibility. Time's up, Mr. Leung Kwok-hung. I now put the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Leung Kwok-hung be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think Mr. Kwok-hing claims a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is now closed. Display results. Voting results, FC Group, 34 present, 14 for, 20 against, no abstention. GC Group, 35 present, 22 for, 12 against, no abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority, respectively, of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion negatived.
Third member's motion, building an inclusive society for all.